Hello and welcome to Timberborn Update 7, Ziplines and Tubeways. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with this game, we are basically taking over a beaver colony, trying to get them to thrive and survive and enjoy their lives. This is essentially a survival game where you run a colony of beavers, and we are going to jump straight in. We are going to start with folktales. Mostly just because if you are new to the game, that is what you are going to start with. We are going to, however, use a custom map, and that is Beavers Riverland. An absolutely fantastic map. I love the layout of it, so we are going to jump right in. We're going to stay normal settings, because why not, and see what we can do for these beavers' lives. It's going to be a good time. I will mention I do have a couple of mods installed. They will all be linked down in the description below. Right at the bottom, there will be a link to the Steam Workshop collection if you want to play with the same mods that I have. Most of the settings are default. I changed a couple of them, but you can go in there and tweak them however you would like. One mod in particular I do want to mention is the mod that allows me to recreate the beavers name pool. So I've thrown all of the Golden Panda members in that name pool. You guys will be in this game. If you guys would like to be in the game yourself, go ahead and join the channel as a Golden Panda member or above. Now, the very first thing that I would love to do is change my starting location and have a quick look at the map. One of my mods allows me to zoom all the way out, which is fantastic, and this is what we are working with. I want to go somewhat close to where we started there, but I want to move it back here a little bit because I would love to utilize this space up here for some industry a little bit later on. And I think I'm going to just plop it right next to these stairs here, and we are going to call this Driftwood Hollows. No, just Driftwood Hollow. No S. So welcome to Timberborn and welcome to Driftwood Hollow. I'm going to immediately pause the game and we can go over the UI just a little bit. These are our beavers. We currently have 8 adults and 4 children. None of them have homes. 2 of them want to work. No, wait, what is this? Yeah, okay. Apparently we have no workers at the moment. That is just because everyone is unemployed. 2 jobs are vacant. That is building jobs in here. And then we have 8 beavers who are unemployed. That will update as we let the game run. Then we have materials, we have ingredients, we have food, we have wood, and we have water. That is the main things that we need to work on getting right now. And before we get into that, I would love to just lay out some basic paths so I know where everything is going. So to start with, I'm going to make sure that my district is connected to a path immediately. I'm going to run a path back here, even though it's not really going to do anything yet. And then we'll run one probably all the way up to here so we can clear out some of these dead trees before they die completely. And then from there, I'll probably run another path over to here so we can grab some of these trees as well. And then we will just run straight over. Eventually we'll grab that, but for right now, that will serve us well enough to grab some of these berries. So first things first, to do anything in this game, we need wood, and that is obtained through a lumberjack flag. To place this down, you just need to face it towards a path. The blue outline shows how far they will go to get trees, so bringing that as close to your town center as you can, but while still being able to grab all the trees you want is ideal. I'm going to place 2 of them down right there, and actually, let's go for 3, just to start off with. And then from there, we also need to mark that we actually want to harvest these trees. Now, I am going to include these trees down here in that harvest selection as well, just because I want to get rid of them so that I can build there, basically, is the essence of it. And we're going to mark all of that for harvesting first. We will eventually get to harvesting up here, but for right now, that will serve us very, very well. The next thing we're going to need to worry about is food. And our early game food options are somewhat limited, but we can at the very least begin gathering some of these berries. We do that with a gatherer flag here in food. Eventually we'll get a farmhouse up and running, but that's going to be a little bit later on down the line. Third, and last but not least for right now, is going to be water. We need to pump out some of this water in order to drink it. Now, ideally, you'll want to place this pump somewhere where the water is too deep, just so you have more access to it. And we're going to do exactly that by placing it down. Well, we could do it in, right there is perfect. Then I will grab the rest of this path, bring it over, and put it into the building, just like so. That will get us water, that will get us trees, that will get us berries. We can now go ahead and run the game and see if we made any terrible mistakes. So the beavers should figure out what they want to do automatically. They should go ahead and start building these lumberjack flags, as well as these berry flags. And then once they've started collecting some of that wood, they'll bring it up to the water pump for that to be built as well. So I will let this run for just a little bit while we watch them go about their days, and we'll come back from there. Our beavers are now bringing everything over to the water pump. I did go ahead and add a couple of more workers into our town center, our district center, just so that we have more builders available to us. You can see now everyone is employed. We have no vacancies and no unemployed. Well, we actually have one vacancy now. That is the water pump because it just got built. So that is absolutely okay by me. One thing that I would like to do early on is go ahead and say water is one of your highest priorities. And then, honestly, 2 of these lumberjack stations can be a little bit lower. I want you to get berries at all times. I want you to get water at all times. And then, if you run out of people, just take them from the lumberjacks. That'll be absolutely okay. All right. Next is probably a more reliable source of food. We have a lot of green, fertile land over here, and we can absolutely make use of that. We still only have 9 logs in the bank, so I may just let the game run a little bit in the background as we are doing this, but I'll go into my food selection, go to the efficient farmhouse, and I would like my first farmhouse to live right about. Do I want it there, or do I want it a little bit further over? I think I want it a little bit further over. If we have one there, then the second one could go there. So eventually we'll have 2 of these, but for right now, we'll just have that one there. And we can now jump into planting crops. Now, to start with, carrots are basically our only option because they are immediately edible straight out of the ground. So we will pretty much straight away just zone a nice big area for carrots. Perfect. Just like so. Our beavers will now go ahead and start working on this. They are, however, sleeping right now. If you want a little bit more efficiency out of your beavers at the very start of the game, you can use this slider here to set how long they'll work during the day. Because we're on normal mode, 16 hours is honestly plenty, and they should get on with this with absolutely no problems whatsoever. We still have berries coming in, so I'm not too concerned about that. Let's just speed the game up so they wake up, and now they should get started working on that farmhouse. And these trees will eventually be cleared by the lumberjacks as well. So as soon as that happens, I will go ahead and replant some carrots in there. But for now, that should work just fine. Once they're done with this, which is right about now, I would immediately like to drop the workers in here to 2. I don't think 3 is going to be necessary for a field of this size. But one thing I would love to do is start building some storage. And the very first storage that I would like to build is a little bit of storage for our water. So let's go for 3 tanks of water storage. Now, remember, you do have to set this in the menu individually on each storage tank that you build, so keep that in mind. And then, from there, I would also like to build some food storage. So that is going to be in the shape of warehouses. Now, warehouses are stackable. However, we don't have any science yet, so we can't really stack them and get to the top levels. However, we can plan it out so that when we do have that, that is an option available to us. So for right now, I'm going to leave a 1 gap in between these storages. I'm going to say, you on the left, you can store carrots, please. And you on the right, you can store berries. That should give us a decent amount. And then we'll just make sure that this path connects both of those. Perfect. We'll let them get on with that and we'll come back once they're done. All right, with our storage and our water complete, the next thing that I want to work on is housing for our beavers. Currently, we're all sleeping outside and they're sort of okay with that, but the way to get more beavers is to build more houses, at least for this breed of beaver. So in order to do that, we will go into housing. We only have one option available to us right now, but that is okay. And I'm just going to place 3 like so, leave a little bit of a gap for a path to go either way, and then place 1, maybe, let's go for 3 more, just like so. I'll grab that path, bring it all the way along, and we'll probably bring another one over here as well. So I'll leave that path there. This should leave us a good amount of room for well-being type buildings in the middle here. But for now, I'll let them get on with building these houses. With those houses almost built, we've at least housed all of the beavers we currently have. Our beavers are now happier than ever. You have reached a new well-being high score, which is 5, and that is because we are fulfilling most of their basic needs. They're hungry, they're thirsty, they sleep, and they want shelter. They each give us +1 because we are fully satisfying that, and then we get another +1 for having carrots. And the more food variety you get, the happier they'll be. They have social life things, aesthetic things, ore things, fun things, and knowledge things as well. But for right now, that is how it is. Once you get to 15 well-being, you will unlock the Iron Teeth, a different faction of beaver. But for right now, we don't have to worry about that. They are almost done with these houses, but we are starting to run out of wood to cut down. So we need to do 2 things to address that. The first of which is by simply moving these, we can go ahead and start harvesting up here, and that is going to be our short-term solution. So I'm going to grab probably just 2 of these for now. I'll throw them down there, and we can go ahead and make sure to mark these trees up here to be cut down as well. I'll mark all of them for right now. That'll be absolutely fine. But for long-term sustainable wood, we are going to need to do some research. And that comes in the form of an inventor hut. So we can go ahead and place these down pretty much anywhere we want to. I think I will go ahead and delete these 3 for now. I'm just hitting delete and enter to get rid of those nice and quickly. That will leave some rubble on the ground. Our people will eventually pick them up if there is somewhere for this to go. Currently, we don't actually have a whole lot of storage for logs. Our lumberjack flags can hold 20 each, but realistically, that's not going to last long term. So we can go into the storage here and build a stockpile for logs. Now, this isn't going to be the final resting place of this stockpile, but for right now, we can throw it down just so that we can stockpile a little bit more and get these out of the way. But we need to build inventors. So I like to start off with like 4. Generally seems like a good idea to me. I'll go ahead and throw a path right down the middle of that so they can have access to that. And then I will also go ahead and say these workplaces are your lowest priority. If there is nothing else to do, we will do research. But if you've got better things to do, then please do not do any research. I will also just remove this path because it's no longer really necessary anymore, and we can get them getting on with that. All right, with our researchers up and running, as you can tell by the spinning things on their roof, we now have some more options available to us. And the very first thing that I would like to unlock is the forester. But there's no point unlocking it yet. I mean, we can't afford it anyway. Just down here is where this is popping up, by the way. There's a mod that moves it off the middle of the screen, which I very much appreciate. This is, however, going to require 10 logs and 7 planks to build. Now, we don't have planks yet, so getting them is going to be our main priority, and that is going to bring us into power. Now, the problem is, I would like to build this over here. And there are 2 ways we can do that. We can either unlock stairs, or we could unlock platforms so they could cross right across here. I prefer the stair option, just because when they go in the water, they get the wet fur buff, and they like that. So we're going to have to save up 70 science in order to be able to unlock that. So we need to change our plan a little bit. Another mechanic of this game is droughts and bad tides. Now, droughts are when our water sources, which is coming from all the way up here, go dry for a few days, leaving us with potentially no water, no irrigation for our crops, and just overall bad things. right? So in order to prevent that, we can build ourselves dams. And thankfully, dams come unlocked at the very start of the game. So we can simply place a dam here. I will need to build a path to that. And then we can also place a dam down here so that water won't flow out of these when the main water source up here stops. It will get to a certain height, as you can see if I zoom in and get the camera to behave itself. It will sort of overflow over the top a little bit. This brings the height to like 0.65 of the full tile, leaving us with a little bit of water during a drought. Now, we will need to bring paths to these. Well, we might not actually need to, but I like to, just because I do. So, in order to do that, I'm going to say, please mark these resources here for deconstruction. That way we can get a path up to there. And then for over here, we will also need to mark a couple of things for deconstruction and we can get paths in there. Now, I'll let the game run for a little bit and we might see our beavers go over to here because they are technically close enough to our paths to build. But I would like a path in there anyway. So I'll let them deconstruct that, start working on these as we gather up a little bit more science, and we can go from there. And with our final dam in place, we should now be fine for the first few droughts at the very least. But we are slowly but surely running out of wood, and that is absolutely something we need to deal with. So with 215 science in our back pocket, we can now go into paths and structures and go ahead and unlock the wooden stairs. We can now build them down here so that we can cross this river, making sure to put a path in between right there, and we can bring this path out. Now, our main source of power in this game is water, and if I let this run a little bit, you can see something interesting. As this water narrows through this path here, it speeds up. And if I press shift, because I have a mod called Supercuts or something, it tells me how fast the current is. So here it is 3.26 centimeters cubed per second. If we come back down here, it's only 1.62. Now, the main thing that you need to know here is the faster the current, the more power you will be able to produce. So getting your power in these areas is a good idea. There are ways around it. We can sort of cheese the system a little bit by narrowing the river manually, but for right now, we don't need that much power. So let's just go ahead and throw a couple of water wheels down. Now, this is a little bit unfortunate. This is too deep, and while I believe this will still work in here, I just don't love the look of it, personally. So we could, in theory, place our first water wheel down here in the narrowing of the river and get the most power possible. And I actually think that is what we are going to do. However, that is going to come with its own drawbacks. For instance, we can't bring power over here the way we'd like because these power shafts sit on the ground. So we will need some kind of a platform in order to get that to work. That is going to cost us 100 science. I am absolutely okay with researching that right now. And then we can go into our power here and say, bring a power shaft all the way over to there, which is exactly what we want. From that point, we will need to go ahead and grab ourselves a lumber mill. And the lumber mill just needs to connect to that power shaft to get power. So we can build that right about there. And then I'm considering whether or not I want to have both industry and trees growing over here, or if I'd rather have some trees over here and bring them back over this way. I think for right now, I will build my trees over here, just so they're the shortest possible distance away, right? That makes the most sense to me. But we will, of course, need a little bit of storage in here as well, so let's go ahead and get that done. In terms of the storage pile we want, I would love the underground pile, but that costs 1,000 science to research. For right now, we're going to have to work with the large piles. Thankfully, they are the exact same size, so you don't have to worry too much about swapping them out later on. For right now, we probably are going to need 2 of these, one for logs and one for planks. So we'll go ahead and set that up. You can be for logs, you can be for planks, and then this area back here is where we are going to start growing our trees. So let's grab ourselves a path that comes out to about there. We'll jump into wood, and unlock the forester with our remaining 49 science. This costs us 30. Yes, I would absolutely love to have that. And we can place that right in, I guess there makes the most sense, as close as it can possibly be. And then we can jump into plant trees and bushes. Now we have a couple of options here. We can plant blueberries, dandelions, birch trees, pine trees, chestnut trees, maple trees, and oak trees. Now oak trees will give you the most wood, but they also take the longest to grow. So I like to typically do a little bit of a variety. I'm going to start out with some birch, just because it is nice and fast growing. And we'll go, I don't know, 3 by 8 back there with birch trees. And then I'm going to skip straight to oak and do another, well, actually, no. Let's get all of the varieties in if we can. Let's get pine in there. Let's get chestnut trees in there. Let's get maple trees in there. And now we're encroaching onto this dead land a little bit. So we might have to change our tact with the oak trees and throw them in there. We'll get the most oak trees because, you know, oak gives us the most wood. That should be a fairly decent forest to start us out with. And as you can see over here, we have 4 new babies. Evil, Catrion, Bodacious Buns, and Miranda Tess were all born, and that is because we have spare housing. I think, honestly, I would like to increase that a little bit more, but I just want to make sure that we are okay on food before I do that. So with that all set up now, we can go ahead and let the game run. They will build all of this slowly but surely because, you know, we don't have that many trees left over here to harvest. If we have to, we can come over here and harvest some of these, but I would like to get this done sooner rather than later. So I am going to prioritize constructing the forestry plant, this, the power shafts, and everything we need in order to get this built. Because if we don't, it will be built last, and I don't want that. So I'll let the game run and we'll come back in a little bit. And we have our very first drought approaching, but I think I might have done something wrong here. This says it is too far from a district and cannot be reached. Why is that the case? It is connected by paths, so that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I don't know why that would be the case. Build more paths. Oh, I know why. It's because these stairs aren't finished yet. That makes sense. Make sure you prioritize your stairs as well if you want anything in this area to be built. I will let them continue on and we'll come back once this drought starts. Okay, new problem that I did not actually realize. Wooden stairs require planks, but in order to make planks, we need the wooden stairs. So this plan does not work. Let me have a quick look in our paths and structures, and yeah, the platforms also require stairs to be built. That is okay though. Not stairs, planks to be built. That is okay because we do have a little platform over here that we can extend and get to work. So if I bring that in there, this is going to be a long path for them to walk, but it will at the very least allow them to get there. Now we could build another dam in here just to get them across, but that seems like a bad idea when we're about to have these things ready and up and running anyway. So yeah, we'll come back once this drought starts. Okay, I said we'd come back once this drought starts, but we have another problem. We've run out of wood. We just don't have enough. Over here does not have enough trees for this to work. I believe we might be able to harvest some of these, and I guess we can still harvest these. It's dead, but these can't actually reach it. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this path, bring that back a little bit, grab another forester flag, and throw that. Let's extend this path just a little bit more. A little bit more of a forester flag over there, and that should solve the issue. For now, I'm going to delete these two. They are pretty much no longer necessary, and that should at least get us enough wood, hopefully, to get this up and running. If not, we will have to come over here, but that is okay. And with that all being said, our drought has officially started, and if I speed the game up, you should see this slowly starting to drain out as it comes all the way down here, hits our dams and gets filled up to this point, but it won't stay full. So if I let this run in this view for just a little bit, you'll see how the map sort of starts to dry out a little bit as this water gets used up. And you can see this river is no longer flowing, but we still have a healthy supply of water thanks to our dams. Our lumber mill has officially been built. We're slowly working on this forestry building, but in order to get that to work, we do need power, which we currently don't have, and we don't have any way of accessing these for right now. Oh, that's annoying. That is so annoying. I may have to delete this building in order to build those other things. Okay, this is getting deleted for now. We'll recover the goods, and then they should, in theory, be able to build this. I may have to extend this path out just in order for them to get to there, but we'll see. Oh, we can never do this. We can never do this. These require planks as well. Okay, well, that throws a spanner in the works just a little bit. I mean, there are two options, right? We do have another source of power, which is the power wheel. This allows beavers to run for 50 horsepower, and I think this might be the best option. Demolishing that building was probably a mistake, and I absolutely regret it, but let's throw it back in. Let's throw it one further away so we still have a path to that, and then we can grab in and grab the power wheel, connect it straight to there, and that at the very least will allow a beaver to power this lumber mill while we get planks up and running for everything else that we currently want to build. We have officially survived our first drought. You can see our water level is doing okay, and once this water starts flowing from up here again, our water wheel should spin back up. Not that we can actually use it yet, but it will spin back up and allow us to get power once, you know, we've got everything connected, so that should be good. And we've run out of logs to chop down. This is fun. And if we chop them over here, that is the longest path to bring them back over to here. So that is frustrating to say the least. It looks like there are a couple available up here. So if we go ahead and throw a couple of these back down over here, we can delete these now. These are no longer necessary, and we can demolish buildings on that path. That should be okay. We should hopefully get enough wood in order to get this done, and this requires planks, but this is slowly working. This just needs 20 logs to get done, and I don't think we're going to get there. I honestly don't think we're going to get there. Okay, I'll do what I didn't want to do and throw down another forestry building, another lumberjack flag or two over here. We'll go ahead and say cut trees, and cut trees in this area, please. Do not cut this. I know it doesn't actually matter, but you know, I like it to be neat. So that should be okay. We'll get the logs needed to get this up and running, and then we can get these platforms built, and everything should run nice and smoothly. Perfect. We officially are making logs. Now, I do have another mod installed that allows us to automate a couple of things related to this building. So in vanilla, even if this building has no power, or if our storages are completely full, a worker will still be assigned here, basically doing nothing. This mod lets us automate power, so if our power production is anywhere between 50 and 100%, this building will run. If it's less than 50%, no one will be assigned here. We can also automate ingredients. So if there is no wood logs available, up to 15% of our total storage, don't assign anyone to work here. We want to keep those logs on hand. That is how that works. And we have also automate products. So if our storage is anywhere between 85 and 95% full, then we can go ahead and continue that there. So I am going to turn that on for this building. We currently have this guy running, and hopefully we should get these built up nice and quickly and be able to, you know, save a job there by removing this building. And it was a little bit of a nightmare to get up and running, but we finally have it up and running. We currently have 494 horsepower being generated. We no longer require this hamster wheel. We no longer require this path. These things should get picked up, and this should be running very, very smoothly now. You can see we currently have 55 wood logs, And we have 2 planks. These stairs have also been built, so I think I will go ahead and demolish this path because it honestly doesn't make a ton of sense to be here. Let's get that out of the way, that out of the way, and that out of the way. If we ever need it, we can rebuild it. Paths are instant. Our forester is also up and running, slowly but surely planting a whole bunch of trees, so we shouldn't have this issue again, but I will keep these lumberjacks here for now, just so that, you know, we can get some stuff going that way. In terms of making this a little bit more efficient though, I would love a little bit of a path to cross over here. And that raises its own concerns because I would love that path to be straight across here, but we have a power shaft in the way. Now we could jump into power and go ahead and use the vertical power shaft. We have the science to unlock it, and that would allow us to bridge over this. And I think that is what I would like to do. Now we currently only have 6 logs available to us. This requires gears, so that is not an option just yet. But what we could do is instead we could run this path along the water's edge just like so, and then we can have an underground path connecting this up, and we can build another staircase running that way. That way, if they're bringing logs over, they don't have to come all the way around and over here. They can just go straight this way, get a little bit of a wet fur buff, and call it a day there. I think that is exactly how I would like to manage that. So I'll let them build that and we'll come back from there. Perfect. That is already looking so much more efficient than it was before. We could potentially even go ahead and move these lumberjack flags over here a little bit, just so they are closer to where we actually need them. We can still keep this path. They shouldn't use it all that often. And I will just make sure that we are actually cutting all of these trees back here as well, because if we're not, there's really no point to doing that. Perfect. And that is just a temporary solution while this forest gets up and running. Okay, next thing that I want to address is our population. We currently have 2 unemployed beavers and 3 vacant jobs. It's okay, but it could be better. So I think what I would like to do is expand our housing just that little bit more and start getting some more beavers in. And after that, I think we will work on our, well, actually what we should work on next is preparing for bad tides. So as soon as they've built this, I'll come back, explain what that means, and figure out a solution for it. Okay, let's talk about bad tides. So what a bad tide is you'll notice this red water over here. This is bad water. It is not good for our beavers. They do not like it at all. It also kills the land around it, as you can see here. A bad tide is when our natural good water sources turn to bad water sources. And we need to figure out a solution in order for that to not affect our entire colony. Now, that is going to mean a little bit of travel time because up here is where I would like to divert that flow. Down here really doesn't matter to us at all at the moment, so I'm thinking if we can build a diversion that sort of comes off of here and allows the water to flow down this way, that would be a very, very nice thing to see. In order to do that, we are going to need a little bit of research though. So I'm going to pause the game while we figure this out. In landscaping, we have a thing called a sluice, and that is exactly what I want to use to create an automatic system for diverting bad water. This does cost 400 science, but thankfully we have a whole bunch of it available to us already. So, in order to get this to work, I think the best way is just simply, actually, sluices require metal. I did not realize that. Okay. We might have to do this manually for now then. I'm a little bit sad that I spent 400 science on something I can't build, but that is okay. Instead, we are going to have to use floodgates, and we can control these manually. So I will unlock the double floodgate for 250 science, the regular floodgate for 150 science, and this isn't going to be a perfect solution, but it will have to do. So we can simply go ahead and install floodgate there. That will allow us to change the level of these gates so that water can either flow through or be stopped. And then we'll just grab some simple levees, which is going to cost us 120 science, which we currently don't have. So I'm going to let the game run for a little bit. Actually, before I let the game run, we can at the very least start working on this. And to do that, we are going to need a path up here, which honestly shouldn't be too bad. It's just going to be mostly a couple of stairways. So let's get some stairs going up there. We can get stairs going up that way, stairs up here, and then stairs up there. And then I will also run some stairs into the water itself. Then we'll simply just run our path to connect all of those staircases, and our beavers should be able to make it over here. It is going to be a long walk, but that is what it is. Right, and that is the final plan. So they'll start working on that. We'll continue to build science in the meantime, and then we'll go from there. And just so that I don't break everything, I will go ahead and set these double floodgates to be set to 0, just so they don't change anything at the moment. We have a drought at the moment anyway, so it's not really going to affect anything, but this should be okay. And what are we waiting for? 150 science, I believe it was, to unlock the levee? 120. So we can unlock that now. And let's spin the camera around and pause the game to plan this out a little bit more. So I would like 2 levees there, 2 levees there, levee there, levee there. And I want this water to run down this way. So I think that is probably the simplest solution for now. And then we'll have to block this off some way as well, which is going to involve regular floodgates running across like so. 1 more levee to go in there. Now these ones are going to be set at, these ones are going to be set at full height for the moment, and they can start working on that. It's going to take them a while because this is quite far from our base, and honestly we don't have that many resources available to us anyway, but they will slowly but surely work on this project, and we'll come back with updates along the way. We do, however, have a new alert, and that is nothing to do in range. These 2 buildings here, which is our old lumberjack flags, don't have any trees available to them. No more trees will grow in this zone, so we can safely remove them, freeing up a little bit of workforce to continue working on research. Looks like these ones are still doing good, and we also will need to get a lumberjack flag or 2 in here to start working on cutting down this forest once that is grown up. But for right now, we are going to focus on this project up here and follow their progress. I am just looking at this and realizing they may not be able to build all of this if I build all of these levees at the same time. So let's go ahead and pause. Actually, no, let's just delete this levee for now. That way we can still have a path in here where they can access all of these things that they will need access to. So that should be much better. Once that's built, we can go ahead and build that levee manually. Alright, that is now complete. They are just working on this final levee down here, which honestly, I don't know if it's even necessary, but I put it in just for good measure. At this point, we can go ahead and delete these paths, demolish buildings, get rid of all of that, and throw in a final levee right there. Once they've finished that, we'll run this with a quick test run with clean water to make sure that everything is working the way that we expect it to work. Alright, that is now complete, and we have full manual control of these floodgates. So, in the case of a bad tide, we'd wait for the bad water to come to about here, and then we would go ahead and say these get opened all the way up, these get closed all the way up, and then with that, as we play the game, these will shut, these will open, and our bad water should flow out this way, down here, creating a little bit of a beautiful waterfall and slowly but surely fill up this area here. Now that will of course limit our access to water down here, but that is okay because we have our dams in place. And that'll fill up over here, slowly run over here and out of the map. Once the bad water is finished, we can go ahead and reset these to 1. We can open these all the way back up, and our good water should start flowing down the hill. We might get a little bit of temporary overflowing, but that should stabilize over time. And that looks like a successful diversion system working or me, as we flood our entire map. Let's just run this at 3 times speed for a second, and that should all clear up relatively quickly as it all reaches an equilibrium. Our power wheel is currently generating 400, 500 horsepower. Absolutely fantastic. We now have a decent supply of planks. We have a decent-ish supply of wood. Our forest is starting to make some wood grow. And we have a couple of things that have nothing to do in range. That is because our forest is not quite working yet. I don't believe that the forester, cuts trees down. I believe we need to have the lumberjack flags there. I'm going to leave them there anyway. I hope that's okay. It looks like we may be running out of water though. With those new buildings, with those new housing developments, we have our population up to 27, which one tank, one water pump is not enough to provide for. So we are going to have to fix that problem by throwing in another tank. And I think I would like to have it like right next to this one. So in order to do that, we will have to build a couple of platforms. So let's go ahead and get those in. We need 2 single platforms there. We could also stack these to save on a little bit of science, but I don't like the idea of doing that. Instead, we'll spend some of our science on a double platform. That can sit right about there. And then we can grab this building, hit F to flip it, and that can live right about there. That should, in theory, be enough water for us to drink. Just in case it's not, I will go ahead and throw down, we could throw down another 4, but that seems a little bit excessive. Let's for now throw that down there, and that will leave us room for a medium tank down the line. I think that'll be good. We currently have -1 average well-being. That is because I let the thirst get away from me. We currently have -5.1 from that, but as soon as this is all built, that should hopefully fix itself, and hopefully none of our beavers die from that. That is 100% my bad. I'll let them get on with this and we'll come back in a little bit. And it looks like 2 water pumps is just enough. We can also go ahead and automate these. If I click this button, we can say only assign a worker here if these are below 85%, and that will be good. Perfect. All right, we have another drought approaching. I think for right now, I would just like to let the game run for a little bit, make sure everything is stable, and we'll come back once this drought has come and gone to make sure everything is running smoothly. You know why these guys don't have anything to do in range? It is because I forgot to assign all of this to be cut down. With that done, these guys are no longer complaining, and that is fantastic. After letting the game run for like a day, I can see that our food production is not quite up to snuff. But we also aren't harvesting fast enough. So if we just simply go ahead and assign another beaver in here, I don't know why this was lower priority. It definitely should not be. If anything, it should be a higher priority. That should hopefully stabilize that production, and we'll come back after the drought to make sure that is actually the case. Alright, that drought has ended. It looks like I was correct in the fact that we just needed an extra worker here, but it is right on the line. We only barely have enough food. The one thing that is keeping us running though is the fact that we have berries, and basically our beavers don't love them. So they'll keep a stockpile of those. In an emergency, they will eat them. With that, I think we will end the episode here. Next episode, we'll come back. We'll probably start working on shoring up our food production, getting them some better food, potentially getting them some entertainment, and starting work on metal, as well as trying to deal with this mess over here. Where we last left off, we got all of our basics set up. We got food sorted, we got housing sorted, we got inventing/science sorted, and we built in a manual diversion system for when we have a bad tide. In today's episode, we are going to try and cover a whole lot. I would like to get some extra water storage. I'm thinking that can live maybe over here. I would like to increase our food production as well as our food variety. I would like to increase our population. Start working on metal, and potentially start tackling this area over here, trying to make this a little bit nicer. Now, we have just come out of a drought, which is why there is not a lot of water on the map, but that is absolutely okay. We are going to start by cracking on with some food production, and that is going to involve building a secondary greenhouse. I'm going to grab myself some potatoes and plant them like so. I think that should be plenty. We might even end up ripping out some of these carrots depending on how this goes. I will let the game run in the background just because we can. And then I would like to have myself a grill, but we're going to need some more storage for that as well. So I'm thinking we throw down an extra storage there and an extra storage there, and then we can simply drag a path to that storage, grab ourselves the grill and throw that down right about there. I think that will work out absolutely fine. Now, we do need a way to access those doors, and I'm going to do that through ladders. This is a modded item, but I think it is a fantastic one. We are just going to grab ourselves some ladders, and honestly, I think I will build this at either end of this. So I'm going to have a ladder there and a ladder there. We do need to make sure that we place that path on top of that, and then I'll grab a platform going along that whole stretch, grab the paths back, and make sure that that all connects. That should be absolutely fantastic. Now, in this top storage, I would like this to store regular potatoes, and in this bottom storage, we are going to store grilled potatoes, which is what this grill is going to be making. So we are going to select that there, and once that all gets built up, we can go ahead and set some different things up in there as well. Now, as for our farmhouses, I am going to leave 3 workers on each because this is quite a large field. I don't know if this is too much food. It very well could be, but we are going to set one of these up to prioritize harvesting, and the other can prioritize planting, and that should be absolutely fine. We might even be able to drop the workers on our planting one down to 2, and we might be able to get away with that. We'll see how that goes, but I'm going to let them crack on with this, and we'll come back in a little bit. And just like that, that is all built up and working, and I am going to automate both ingredients and products here. For ingredients, I don't need that many to get started because raw potatoes really don't do all that much for us. In fact, I mean, no, I still would like to automate ingredients just in case we don't have any. Then I wouldn't want anyone working here. So I'm going to say if we have more than 5% of our storage full of potatoes, go ahead and start working. I'm not 100% sure what this top number is, but we're going to set it to 10%. I think that'll be fine. And then automate products. If we have between 85 and 95% in our storage, you guys can stop working. I believe the way that this works is once we get to 95%, they'll stop working. And once we drop down back past 85%, they'll start working again to bring that back up to 95%. Perfect. That is all in and functional. We just need to wait for our potatoes to grow. But in the meantime, I would like to start working on something else. And that something else is gears. Now, gears are a separate building in the wood tab here. We will have to unlock that for 100 science. That is absolutely okay with me. Now, I would love to have a little bit more planks being produced, so I will throw that down there, and then we can go ahead and throw down our gear building right next to them so they all have power. Now, we do need to make sure we find somewhere to store our gears, so I'm going to grab myself a medium warehouse and scooch that back from the road just by 1 because this large warehouse is 3x3, so if we ever want to expand that storage, we have the room for it there. And then we'll just go ahead, simply say gears in there. Make sure these are all set up correctly. So in terms of logs, I would love to keep some in stock. So I'm going to raise this up to between 10 and 15%. And then I will set the exact same things in our second plank cutting station here. As for gears, I would like to again automate absolutely everything. And I would like, let's say between 15 and 20% here is keep a few more planks than we do raw logs, and that should be absolutely fantastic. Now, in terms of our power, we are currently generating 435 and we only need 220, so that should keep us running for at least a little bit. So that should be all absolutely perfect and ready to go. The only thing we might be lacking here once all this starts to kick off is a few beavers. But I'm going to let them build up a few grilled potatoes before we go ahead and expand their population. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for that to happen, we can at the very least get them their first few well-being buildings. That is going to come in the form of a campfire right there. We will also unlock the shower and throw down a couple of them right there. I think they will very much appreciate that. That will get them the wet fur buff. And then as for what else we could go ahead and build, we definitely should build a couple of grindstones and a couple of medical beds for when our beavers get injured. So I'm going to throw down 2 grindstones right about there, and we will throw down 3 medical beds right about there, and I think that will be absolutely fantastic. All right, I'm going to let them get on with that, start making potatoes, and we will come back from there. Perfect. That is all officially built up. We have grindstones for when they chip their teeth, we have medical beds for when they are injured, and we have a lovely little campfire which our beavers can enjoy during the evenings. Fantastic. The next thing that I want to do with our potatoes almost ready is go ahead and expand our housing just a little bit. Now I'm going to go straight for the triple lodge just because we can afford it. We got that early science going super quick and super early. So let's go ahead and unlock that for 250. And for right now, let's go ahead and throw down 2 of these. Now these have a door above their base level. So we're going to actually have to go up 2 levels to get to these, but again, I'm going to use the ladders to do just that. I'm going to face them backwards so they can definitely get in the doors, and it's just going to be as simple as that. We could put paths and stuff between these, but honestly, I don't think it's necessary. So I'm just going to leave it like that for now, and they'll go ahead and build that out. While they were building that out, we did go ahead and get our first potato harvest. You can see we now have 28 baked potatoes in storage, and that increased our happiness. That is because we got carrots, grilled potatoes, and we are also fulfilling most of the wet fur need. So average well-being is now 8, which is amazing. The next thing that I would love to tackle so that we can actually upgrade our diversion system up here is metal, and we have a good chunk of it back here very close to our base. So this should be fairly easy. Let's go ahead and get a path coming up this way, and yeah, let's go there, and that should allow us to get up the top to all of this metal. So we'll grab ourselves some stairs, and then just one final little bit of path up the top there, and we can grab our metal scavenging flag. Unlock that for 250 science. We'll throw one down right about there and another one right about there. That should be absolutely fantastic. Now, of course, that scrap metal does need to be stored somewhere, so we'll grab ourselves a large pile and throw it down. I guess there is as good as anywhere. I can't decide. I don't know. Anywhere in here. Actually, that fits nicely. Let's go with that. That should be perfect, and we'll set that to scrap metal. We'll let them collect that for a little bit, and then we'll soldier on with getting a smelter up and running and actually processing that metal into steel chunks or steel beams or whatever the game uses. We'll come back in a little bit. Oh no. One of our beavers made a terrible mistake and got stranded. That is absolutely not what you want to see. I think the easiest way would be to demolish this, but that will then strand both of these guys. So instead, I guess we just go ahead and build up a second path up here, just because we can. Hopefully they don't end up standing there. Just to make sure that they don't, I will delete those stairs for right now, and we can throw that in right about there. That way they'll have 2 paths up and down, and I will make sure that this construction priority is priority 3, so this gets done as soon as possible. And this beaver should now no longer be stranded, and we can build that staircase up there, just for the aesthetics of it more than anything else. I think that will work out absolutely fine. All right, we now have 41 scrap metal as they have collected a little bit of this already. And now we need to worry about our smelter. Now I could build this down here nice and close to this, but I think I would rather keep all my production in one location. So I'm actually going to build it over here. And this actually works out perfectly. And you'll see why in just a second. We go ahead and unlock the smelter for 300 science. It is 1 tile longer than both the plank workshop and the gear workshop, which allows us to fit it in right there absolutely beautifully. Now this is going to require 200 horsepower, which we can actually afford, but I think potentially it would be worth us getting another water wheel in here just to make sure we do always have enough power. Now that is also going to require its own storage. We'll go ahead and set that to be steel. And that should work out fantastically. I'll let them build this up and then we'll set up the automation of the steel. All right, and that is now built. No available workers in the district. That should change very, very quickly here. And I definitely want this to be automated. I think 15 to 20% storage on our scrap metal is a little bit high. So I'm going to drop that down to 5 to 15. I think that'll be absolutely reasonable. And automate products can be left at 85 to 90. Now, let's just double check our power. Okay, network power supply is currently 441. Demand is only 100. I believe that is because neither of these are currently working because we don't currently have enough scrap metal in storage. But as soon as these kick on, that should be just about right, I believe. I think that'll be okay, which is absolutely perfect for us. But I think we can absolutely get more out of this power system, and that is absolutely something that I'm interested in doing. Now, to do that, I'm going to pause the game just so that all the noises aren't running in the background. And I would love to narrow this down just a little bit and have this come to straight about there. That way, we can go ahead and grab ourselves a couple more levees and throw them in at the bottom there. Grab ourselves a secondary water wheel as the game lags a little bit and have that go straight into there. Now, at this point, we could even go as far as to move our power conduits over to this side because this is directly connected to that plank workshop at the moment. But I think we'll leave that for a second. I just want to make sure they can successfully build the rest of this before we get too carried away. And in order to build that, they may require access down in here. I think the easiest way to get that done is to build a path coming down this way, or we could build a path coming down here, which might actually be better. So we'll grab our paths and structures, wooden stairs coming down like so. We can grab our path and just wrap this around so that connects nicely into there. And I'll even put a path over our levees just for the time being so that they can walk on those and build underneath them. I don't know if that's 100% necessary, but it's what I'm going to do just in case they need it. And I'll even extend that path down there as well. Now, I'll stay in this view and we'll speed this up as they get this built and we'll see how much more power that actually starts producing us. The only thing we have to be slightly concerned about is this section of the river flooding because we are narrowing the stream a little bit, but I think it'll be okay. We'll see. One thing I'm noticing as this is happening is we are struggling on logs, and that very well could be because we currently have no trees in this area. So in order to fix that, I think we can go ahead and just add a few more oak trees into this forest. I'll add them there and we will go ahead and say make sure to actually cut those down, because if we don't do that, that won't help at all. But that should slightly speed up this process. We'll come back once they're finished with this. And of course, they built this in such a way where they can't actually complete it. Fantastic. So if I get out of this view, show me what I'm building. Let's, for the moment, just deconstruct this water wheel, and I'll deconstruct this levee. That should allow them to build that one, and then everything should be okay from there. All right, and that is officially built. We can now go ahead and remove these paths from the top of this because they are no longer required. We could also go ahead and remove the ones on the bottom there, but I may as well leave them there in case we need it later on down the road. The bad news is we can't test whether or not this is going to flood, and we also can't test how much power we're going to get because we are currently in a drought and we have 0 water flow. So I'm just going to let the game run for a little bit. Once this drought is over, we'll figure out if this is all working as intended or if we need to change and adapt our idea. Right, here comes the water. This is the moment of truth. Will we get flooding or will we just be absolutely fine? And hopefully the answer is the latter. It looks like we're okay. Looks like everything has reached an equilibrium around about there. And that means we are currently generating 950-ish horsepower, which is more than what we need. Absolutely amazing. The next thing that I would like to do is upgrade our system over here. And that is we're going to require us building some sluices, which is absolutely something we can do now that we have a little bit of metal coming in. Now, we don't have as much as I might like. And honestly, I don't know the reason. I guess it's just because we had a flood, right? So I might let this game run for just a little bit longer until we have a little bit more metal under our belts. And then we can go ahead and upgrade that system down there. In the meantime, though, I would like to think about water storage. And I'm thinking this area in here could make a particularly good dam. It's got decent height to it. If we sort of connect this up and sort of bring it down and around, I think we can make something here work. So I might just jump into planning mode for a second, come up with a plan that I think will work, and then we'll come back from there. Already, I'm realizing this is probably a project we don't quite have the resources for yet. And we might have to revisit this at a later stage because each one of these levees requires 12 wood. We currently have 53, so that is probably a little bit ambitious. I think I will cancel this for the moment and then we'll revisit it at a later date. Maybe that can be the next episode's main focus. So I will, for now, just go ahead and demolish all of that because I think I got a little bit carried away. I guess one thing that we can do while we wait for that all to happen is go ahead and upgrade our storages a little bit. So let's delete our log storage for now and grab in here and grab ourselves the underground pile. So these regular large piles can currently hold, 180 resources. These underground piles are the exact same size. They do cost 1,000 science, but I think that's going to be worth it. And they hold 1,000. So we're going to throw that down there. This is going to be for log storage. The only thing I may have to change is our priorities here because now 10% of our storage is, well, that's 100 logs. That's actually a decent amount to keep on hand. I think I might just leave it as is and call it a day there. We'll continue building up that metal. We currently have 8. It's going a little bit slower than I would like, but it is going. So we'll come back in a little bit. And you know why I think this might actually be a little bit slower than I would like it to be? Because we don't really have all that many haulers at the moment. We have 4 builders in here, but we don't have any dedicated haulers. And I think that would absolutely be a good thing to get. So let's go ahead and build a hauling post right about there. Grab ourselves the path as the game lags out a little bit and build that right in there. Now, this can have as many workers as we want. I'm going to put that at priority 0. So only do this if there is nothing else to do. Actually, I'm going to put that at the second lowest priority because I would like our inventors to be at the very bottom of that totem pole. Now, we do currently have 18 unemployed beavers, so I don't think this is going to be an issue whatsoever. And in seeing that number, I'm even tempted to go ahead and build a builder's hut. And we can throw that right in there. That'll be 100 science, and we can assign 4 workers to that as well. I would kind of like this to be a lower priority, but I don't think I will. I would like things to be built as fast as we possibly can. So I'll let them get on with that. We should see an increased production in our smelter because we can now haul a lot more efficiently from our stockpile over here to this building. And I may even check prioritize building by haulers so this gets done just that little bit quicker. Another thing that I just noticed, we are up to 40 metal, so we can continue on with that in just a second. But we now have like 43 beavers. This water production may not be enough. And we can do two things about that. We can increase our water storage, which I absolutely want to do. So I will go ahead and unlock the medium tank. And thankfully we left a nice empty spot there for that to live. And I would like an extra pump. Now, I would prefer that this pump be in line with these ones just because that makes me happy, but this is absolutely optional. So I'm going to grab a couple of platforms out here so that we can build this. For right now, I'm going to throw paths on that, and as soon as they've built that up, we can go ahead and add that third pump. And as we do this, we have our very first bad tide approaching. I believe this is our first. I don't think we had one in the other episode, but they're almost done with this pump, so hopefully we can get this done before that bad tide starts, and we can see how our diversion system is going to work, and then how we can improve it with the upgraded sluices. So I'm going to throw that in there. I will say please prioritize that construction and please prioritize that workplace, just so that we can get as much water as humanly possible before this bad tide hits, just in case it does turn out worse than we think it will. Now, why is this taking so long? Oh, everyone's asleep. Okay, there we go. That is now set up. We should now have enough water for everyone. I think the ratio is roughly one of these per 20 beavers. So having 44 beavers, 3 should be more than enough, and we should be able to get a decent reservoir in here without too much concern. But instead of upgrading this now, because that would be a bad idea with a bad tide incoming very, very soon, I'm going to let the game run until we hit that bad tide. We'll deal with that bad tide, and then we'll come back and upgrade this system to something a little bit more automated. All right, the bad tide is about to begin, and I'm going to center it on this view for the moment. And if I press shift, you can see the current contamination level of this water here is 0%. But as we speed up the game, that number is going to significantly increase all the way up to probably around 50 or 60%. There is a lot of water in here, so it shouldn't get too bad, but we definitely need to keep an eye on it. Right now, downstream, our water is still good. So I'm going to wait until the bad water hits around here. And then from that point, we can go ahead and divert that bad water off with our diversion system over here. So we'll come back once this bad water hits this spot. All right, with contamination levels around 5%, I think this is the perfect time to do it. You can see the bad water hasn't actually hit our floodgates just yet, but we want to make sure we don't get any if we can. A little bit is okay, but we don't want any if we can help it. So I'm going to set the height of these floodgates to 2, these floodgates to 0, run the game, they switch, and then we should see all of that water now being diverted down this way instead. It will probably overflow a little bit, but that should be absolutely fine. It may also overflow back here, but I'm not too concerned about that. The main thing is we don't have bad water down here. We have about 4% contamination, which I'm more than happy with. Anything under about 10, I'm okay with. Anything over that, I don't love. So our diversion system is currently working. This will all be automatic by the time we get to our next bad tide. But until that point, we do need to just skip ahead until this bad tide is over so we can go ahead and fix that system. Now, the bad tide has finished, but we can't immediately switch this back over because there is a massive reservoir of bad water over here. So we need to do the exact same thing that we did before and just wait for this clean water to wash out all of this bad water and have a nice healthy supply again. So we'll come back once this reaches around about contamination level of 5%. And just pausing the game, you can see now why I wanted to have these in 2 deep water. Because we have a little bit of extra water pool here. So even though this is all run dry, because, you know, we're diverting all of that water, we're not doing too badly because we still have drinking water available to us. Our crops may die, but we have a decent stockpile of food. I'm not too concerned about it, and especially because this is about to refill our entire system. We just need to give it a little bit longer before we can go ahead and open this up. Alright, I know I said 5%, but this is starting to concern me just a little bit. So let's go ahead and open it up now. It is currently at 10%. I think that will be absolutely okay. I'm going to open this before I close this, just so that we don't get as much water rushing through, potentially causing floods. We may get flooding anyway, but I think it'll be okay. This will basically shut itself off anyway, because this is lower, which is something to keep in mind, but we can now close it just in case it does backfill in the future. And our water is now coming in. It's got contamination level of 10%, but honestly, I think that is absolutely fine. This did flood momentarily, but once it reaches equilibrium, we should be absolutely okay. Fantastic. Everything is now hydrated again. Absolutely what we wanted to see. A couple of these crops, I think, did die out because this water was not fully clean. It is what it is. It'll be absolutely all right. All right. With that all being said, we now have 86 metal in our inventory. We can go ahead and start working on this. And to do that, I'm going to basically just demolish all of these floodgates. They are no longer necessary. And we can go into our landscaping here. The sluice is what we already unlocked. This is going to use both planks and metal, whatever it is. And we are simply going to place, 3 there. Get rid of you. I don't need you. And we are going to place 4 down here. Now, I could probably get away with less, but I think that is going to be absolutely fine. Once this is all built, we can set this up, but actually, we can set it up right now. So the sluice has a couple of different options. We can close it if the downstream depth is above a certain threshold. We don't want to do that here. We can close it if it is above contamination level of 5%. That is absolutely what we want to do on this one. Let this water through if it is clean. And then on this one, we can close if it's below contamination 5%. So that way, once this water comes down, detects a bad tide, these will close and this will open. Once it gets clean again, this will close, this will open, which is exactly what we want. And I can even set this to be closed below contamination level of 1%. So this opens before this closes, just so we don't get quite as much of a rush of water in here. Now I'm going to do the exact same thing that we did before, throw down some paths in there, and they should get to work on this relatively quickly. And with that all said and done, the only thing left to do is go ahead and replace this block in here with a levee and call it a day. This should now be a fully automated system. Whenever we get a bad tide, we won't have to worry about it nearly as much as we did in the past. Now, let's take a little bit of a stock of what we've got going on. I did end up adding an extra 2 rows of potatoes down here, as well as some extra trees, just to try and speed up the process of getting our resources. But honestly, we're looking pretty healthy. We have 37 baked potatoes, 65 carrots, and a population of 45. It seems like we've reached a stage that is reasonably sustainable. I am tempted to just add in 1 extra row of potatoes, and I think that will make all the difference where we can actually start filling up these storages and having that excess food. Now, the next thing that I want to deal with is the fact that we ran out of water during that bad tide. I definitely think we require a little bit of a solution in here, even if it's not quite as massive as I planned originally. I think we should go ahead and add a small dam in this area, not quite this entire thing, right? I think that makes more sense to me. In order to do that, I'm going to grab a path, run it up this way, grab a couple of stairways, do exactly that, and then, honestly, rather than marking these trees for deconstruction, since we've got a little bit of time, let's just go ahead and grab ourselves a couple of lumberjack flags for in here. we have a couple of extra workers available to us. And that way we can just simply cut down a bunch of these trees. And I think back to around there should be more than enough. We'll do that on all of those levels and make sure that I actually bring that staircase all the way up to that top level, and that should be fine. So the next thing we need to do is plan this out a little bit, and I don't know exactly how I would like this to look, so I will jump into a quick little time lapse as I figure that out, and then we'll come back from there. I think something like that should be a decent starting point. We can at the very least start building that while all of these trees get cut out, and then we can finish that off once that has happened. So I think that'll be good. We're basically just surrounding this entire area with levees. I did want to widen this out a little bit so I can put the floodgates a little bit further back, just to make sure that we do have enough water flow coming through here that this doesn't all flood. I hope that works out the way that I think it will. If not, we can always adjust later on down the line, but for now, I'll let them crack on. And our first casualty of this build is a stranded beaver, which is always fun. Can I just delete the bottom block of this? No, I would have to delete both of them. Okay, you get out of there, sir. You'll be fine. And we'll go ahead and throw those straight back in. Alright, it looks like we can't actually reach the top of this, which is fine. There is a way around that. We'll just simply grab ourselves a ladder and we can just climb the edge of this dam just like so that they can get on top. We'll go ahead and throw a path on each of those, and that should, in theory, fix that problem. I don't know if these ones are going to be okay. I think they will. Looks like our trees are getting cleared nicely and they're getting on with this relatively quickly, so we'll come back in a little bit. These beavers just keep getting stranded, which makes sense. I did mark all of this for cutting, but you know, I would prefer if they didn't. I think at this point we can just simply go ahead and remove those and start building this all the way out. And we've got the exact same problem over here. I expected that to happen, but that is okay. We can basically do the exact same thing that we did on the other side. Let me just get rid of these paths and make sure that is all out of the way as the game lags again. And figure out how we want this to look. So that's going to go there, that'll go there, that'll go there, and this is not quite right. Not quite right at all. Okay, let me fix this up real quick. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. This should come in a little bit, like so, and then we'll have a 2, and then we'll have a 1. And honestly, I don't think we need to block that side off. I think that'll be okay. And then from there, we can simply go ahead and do the exact same thing we did on the other side, which is to build ladders all the way up to the top so that they can actually finish building all of this out, and we can start working on our actual dam system. Alright, I believe that is everything now officially complete, and we can figure out where we want to put the floodgates. Now, the reason I left this so wide is because I would like this to waterfall over multiple edges. I believe the game can only handle 2.2 centimeters of current per edge of a waterfall, which is why I built this a little bit wider than we potentially needed it to be. So with that in mind, this may waste more resources than it's worth, but you know, I think it's going to look good. So that's the main thing. We need to figure out how to go ahead and build this. I know that I want a sluice on this level down here, but the question is, where do I want my dam to actually end? And I think I would like it to end here at that line. So if we jump into landscaping, we can go ahead and throw down a levee right across there, grab ourselves our sluices and throw them in a line right across there. Just to make this look a little bit neater, I will also throw a levee in that block right there. And then we can simply go ahead and build this up with levees the remaining way, leaving the top open so that we can add some floodgates in here. Now that is going to have to stand up all the way to there, I believe. And then we can have waterfalls at that point. So we'll go like so, grab ourselves this singular floodgate, throw that in right about there, and that will be our dam. So if I can get that back, the way this is going to work is when we have a drought, these sluices are going to keep this topped off, and these are going to provide overflow for when this is full and we have running water. Now, in terms of actually getting this built and getting to all of these locations, that is something that I don't know how we're going to do. We have a little bit of a path up to the top over here, so that could come in handy. But we may also require getting down in here and potentially using some ladders as scaffolding as we go along. I think to start with, I will go ahead and throw down a couple of, well, actually let's use ladders in here as the game lags again. I don't know why that is the case, but it is, so we just have to deal with it. I'll bring that down to there. And then path there, and that way they can reach all of that bottom part. In terms of reaching up here, I guess we just go something like that and add another ladder in there. Path to there, path to there. That should allow them to access most of it, but we'll let it run for a little bit, see how far they get along before they need our intervention. All right, the sluices are in at the very least, so we can go ahead and set those up. I would like this to close if the above downstream depth is 1.5, because this is 2 tiles deep, this is only 1 tile deep, so this only says 0.5. That will keep this at least half full, which is fantastic. So they are set to default, and that should work out the way that we want it to. It looks like they're still managing to build a little bit of this, but I think they will struggle in a little bit here once this gets a little bit higher. Also looks like we may have a tiny bit of flooding. Actually, no, I think that might be perfect. We might have nailed that. We could potentially get rid of that block entirely, and I think that problem would actually be solved because that is that going on land? Yeah, it is. If we get rid of that, does that fix it or make it worse? That does indeed make it worse. Okay. Let's cancel that for now because that gives them access to a whole bunch more stuff that will be beneficial to us. This little bit of flooding here, I'm not too concerned about, and it is actually fixed once this is all built up anyway, so that should be good. Now, can they reach any of this? No, they cannot. So we're going to need to give them access to that, and I don't know how many tiles they can build below them, and I honestly don't know the best way to do this. We could potentially think about doing like platforms across here. That will at least get them some of the way. If we do that and do that, that can be our scaffolding for now. They can crack on with that and then we'll figure it out as we go along. All right, they can now no longer reach again. So let's go ahead and add 2 ladders. Should be more than enough. We'll grab more of these platforms, bring them all the way across to there. And I believe that will be enough to finish this off. Are you stranded down there? You shouldn't be. You should be able to walk over to here and up this ladder. What are you doing, good sir? You are just somewhat stuck for some reason. I don't know if there's a way to rescue you. I'm sorry, sir. It's not my fault. You're a little bit silly. That's not on me. That's on you. If you can't get out of the hair, that is not my problem. I am sorry, Master Sting, but come on. Alright, we have a little bit of flooding going on over here. It's not the end of the world. For now, I'm just going to lower these floodgates So hopefully it floods this way rather than that way. And we also have a bad tide coming in very, very soon. Now, I think the majority of this problem is because I did not allow them to build this, which can be pretty easily fixed with a few more ladders, but I tried just instead building a platform in here. If I could please see that platform and raise the priority on that and raise the priority on that, I think that will fix that whole situation. But we're going to take a little bit of a break to watch how this bad tide works as it starts to come in. Now, we should see that as soon as this contaminated water hits our system over here, that all of that water will be diverted. And I understand this is a little bit of a slideshow at the moment. That is because we are running at 30 times speed with a mod, and you know, we sort of missed it, but it worked. It definitely worked. This is 5% contaminated. That is absolutely fine with me. It looks like we got that corner built as well, so this is all working again. Let me see if I can potentially catch the end of this rather than the start, because, you know, that didn't work out all that well. Although, another thing that we can actually look at is we now have a pool of water in here that is slowly being released by these sluices down here. So these are currently closed because the downstream depth is currently 1.53. But if we speed this up a little bit, as soon as some of this water gets evaporated, this should open, topping it back up just a little bit and saving all of our water in this nice big dam up here. So any moment now, this is currently a 1.52, speed it up a little bit more, 1.51, and any second now, slow it down just a little bit, make sure that we actually catch it. 1.51, come on, there we go. It's now 1.5, okay, maybe it needs to be 1.49. And there we go. It opened for a split second, topped up the water to 1.53, and it should continuously open and close to make sure that we never actually run out of water in here, but until we run out of water in here. But let's double check on this bad tide. This is currently at 27%, and if we speed it up to slideshow mode, I'll slow this down a little bit more before we get close to that cutoff point, and we'll see our automatic diversion system working as intended, hopefully. All right, it should be about to happen. We're at 6%. And as soon as this hits 5, which it is now, this will open up, bringing all this water in. And you can see we definitely didn't even get close to running out of water in here. And this isn't even completely built yet. So that is absolutely fantastic. Master Sting is still stuck down here for whatever reason. Let me just double check our paths. Yeah, this is definitely all connected. You have a path there, you have a path there. You absolutely should be able to get out. Let's just add all of the paths. Okay, he moved. Okay, he's out. Okay. I don't know what his problem was, but sure. This is about to be done, and we'll come back and check it out once it is finished. There is the last piece in right there. Let's quickly jump into our Demolish Buildings tab and say get rid of all of those scaffoldings. We no longer require them. I might even go ahead and remove all of our ladders over here because I want this to look nice and clean. We'll get rid of that, and we'll get rid of that path on top. That should be all of it. I will remove that rubble because there is no way we're reaching it. We can collect this though. Grab this, get rid of all of those, I believe. Why won't it let me? Oh, it's because they're doubles. That makes sense. Get rid of all of those. We'll leave that ladder in for now. It's going to be underwater anyway. And this ladder can stay for the moment as well. But this is our dam. We should now be able to go into these floodgates, set these to like, I don't know, 0.95. Our water should fill up to that point, which may be a little bit high, but I think it'll be okay. Yeah, perfect. And it's flooding over the edge. Okay, let's go for 0.8 instead. You've got to remember that the water here, even if that's at 0.8, this up here will be at like 0.9. Looks like 0.8 is the happy medium where we don't get any flooding there. And then if we speed this up, this should all reach equilibrium down here relatively soon. Okay, it's pulsing a little bit more than I might like it to. Is there a way to fix that? I don't believe there is. It looks like it's slowly settling down. Okay, we've got a decent flow rate now, and we have a pretty decent sized chunk of water that we can live off during droughts, which is exactly what I wanted to see. We set up metal today. We set up a massive dam, which I wasn't even planning on doing. We got food production up and running, humming along nicely. We're now sustaining a population of 41 to 45, which is fantastic. Metal is being smelted. Everything is looking good in Driftwood Hollow. If you guys want to see anything specific come next, I would love to hear it. My next thought is to go ahead and cap this off here so that we don't get this bad water coming down here, and create another diversion system on this good water source so that this is always nice and clean as well. But if you guys have other suggestions, I would love to hear them down in the comments below. This is where I am going to end today's episode. If you guys are enjoying the series, now, today I have a couple of things in mind. One of the first things that I want to get done is making sure this stays clean during a bad tide, which is going to involve creating a new diversion system up here for bad water, as well as sort of separating these two pools of water. The other things that I want to do is I want to raise our population a little bit. We currently have 4 vacancies in our jobs, which is fine because we do have 4 inventor stations, and we also have the builder's hut and the hauling station, which are a little bit lower priority. The other thing that I want to do is unlock dynamite so we can start irrigating some of this land over here and expanding our farming zone out just a little bit. So I think the first thing that I want to do is just go ahead and build another one of these lodges. I think we have enough food to get this to work. If not, we can always increase it later on, but that should be a good start for us today. Just to prepare for that, I am going to throw down a couple of extra rows of potatoes. I believe these are both full, so that is good. I might even prioritize the potato plants because that is going to be beneficial, I think. So that should be good. The next thing we need to think about is dynamite. I would like to get production of that started before we start working on this, because it's going to take a little bit of time to build up. Now, to get dynamite, we need to pump some bad water, which is probably going to come from over there because we really don't have any sources all that close to us. So I think that is exactly what I'm going to do. That is, of course, going to require the water tab and the bad water pump, which is going to cost us 250 science. Thankfully, we have enough. And it fits there, but I won't be able to get into it. Let's build a couple of platforms out here and get it in. Maybe there is our best bet. All right, that is going to require 2 platforms. We'll go ahead and throw those down right about there. Grab our bad water pump. That can live there. And then we can just simply bring this path over somehow. If I can make this somewhat neat, that would be nice. We can always fix it up a little bit later on. And then I think I would like to demolish this tree so we can throw in a little bit of storage. And that should be good to go. We'll speed this up just a touch so they can get this tree demolished. And then we can jump into our storage here, go for a medium tank, and throw that down there, making sure that is indeed set to bad water. And I'm actually going to say this is our supply. So we should pump bad water from here, throw it in here, and then all the way back over here in our industrial plant is where we're going to throw down our actual dynamite station. Now, we don't have access to that yet, but I think we can unlock it. Yep, 400 science to unlock that. This is going to live, honestly, probably right there. I think that makes the most sense. Unless we moved it over to there, that actually might be even better. So that, again, is going to have to require some platforms. Let's get those in. A couple of 2 high there, those there, and then we can simply go into our landscaping, explosives factory, and throw that down right about there. Now, we need to bring power to this, and to do so, we can go ahead and use... Actually, normal power shafts should be fine here. If we just simply go ahead and grab another one of these platforms, throw it in right there, we can connect that up nice and simple like that. And then last but not least, we'll throw in another medium tank over here. Again, this is going to be set to bad water, and we are going to say obtain. So this will obtain goods from other warehouses, and then we should be able to use that in here. I believe that is how it works. Now, we don't just want explosives, because if we have a look at our landscaping here, we can use the normal dynamite, which is just one explosive. But if we want to dynamite 2 levels down or 3 levels down, we are going to require extract. Now, I do not want to unlock that just yet. Extract comes from the centrifuge, which I don't remember where it is. It's in one of these tabs. Not there. Tunnels, no. Dirt extractor and terrain blocks is not what I need. Where is that? Is it in water? Yeah, I think it's in water. There we go. The centrifuge. That's going to cost us an additional 600, but that will allow us to turn bad water and logs into that extract that we need. And that is going to live right about there. And I believe this is a 3x3 building. So we'll go ahead and get some more platforms in there, more platforms in there, and then our centrifuge can live right about there. Now, the only thing left to do is go ahead and add some storage for these buildings. And that should be pretty easy to do. We'll go ahead and add a medium warehouse. I'm going to bring up one back from the road again. And the extract is a liquid, I believe. Let me just double check that is correct. Yeah, it is. So we'll go for a tank there. Path those up. This can be for our explosives, and this can be for our extract, and they should get working on that. And honestly, I don't see there being too many issues, but we'll jump into a time lapse as they get all of that built. And with that all done, we are now producing extract, we are producing explosives, and we have 13 explosives stored and 22 extract, which is fantastic. We can now use that whenever we want to shape this terrain a little bit more than we could in the past. With that done and our population slowly on the rise, I think I would like to turn my attention to over here and actually splitting this up. Now, unfortunately, we have a bad tide in 0.3 days, so we're not going to get this done before this bad tide happens, but the bad tide isn't really going to affect us. This is more visual at this point, although I would like it so that we have access to this as always clean water if we can help it. So the general plan here is to basically build a wall right here, splitting off these 2 bodies of water. So we will jump into our landscaping, grab ourselves the levee, and honestly, it's just going to look something like this. Now, we will have to destroy a couple of things as we go along here, but that will be absolutely okay. That is far too tall. Let's go ahead and demolish that entire level, please. Yes. And delete that as well. That should be more than enough. We will, of course, have to, I don't know why that didn't get built, but we will have to demolish this, and also clear a path over to this area. So in order to do that, I think the easiest way is to just go into our demolish tab, mark resources for deconstruction, throw that in something like so, and then bring this out and across. Perfect. And then simply bring a path. Actually, I think that would look nicer. Let's do that instead. Get rid of these, and that should work out beautifully. The only thing now is to grab ourselves some wooden stairs, let them get up here, and start working on that. I'll slowly but surely build this path out, and we'll make sure we can get there. Alright, that is as far as we can build without actually getting down here. And I think to get down here, I am just going to use the easy way, which is, of course, to use ladders. And I will probably... Actually, I don't know if I need a ladder there. I think they might be able to reach just by coming all the way down to the bottom and digging this out through the corner. I'm not 100% sure, but I guess we will see. And the answer is no, they cannot reach that, so we will have to go ahead and throw one more ladder in here with a path over there so that they can reach that final block. And then once that's finished, we'll go ahead and install the final 2 levees to block this off completely. And that is a functional levee separating these 2 bodies of water, which is exactly what I wanted to see. I will now just go in and make sure to clean up my scaffolding that is no longer required. I think that's everything. Yes, perfect. That is beautiful and functional and exactly what I wanted to see. The only thing left to do is to go ahead and figure out our diversion system for when this water source turns into bad water. And this water source is all the way back here. But that should be fairly easy to do. My general plan is to just simply demolish 2 of these, replace them with sluice gates, throw 2 sluice gates here, and call it a day. The only thing that we need to do is, of course, to make sure that they can actually get over there. So let's do that now. And simple as that, we now have a full diversion system working for this bad water source up here when we run into a bad tide. Simple as this stays open while the water's clean, these open when the water's bad, and that should divert that water, keep this nice and clean. And I think the last thing to do here is to make sure that this stays full. Let me slow down the game a little bit because running at 30 times speed really drags the computer out a little bit. But I think a dam down here is absolutely what we want to see. So this again should be pretty straightforward. We'll go with a levee there, and then we can either use floodgates or dams. I prefer the floodgates just because I like to be able to control the height of the water. And then we can just run a path. And thankfully we already have a path down into this water, so we can just run this across here, run it down like so, and I think they'll be able to build this corner, and that's it. Let's see how this goes. And just like so, if we weren't currently in a drought, this would fill up, and this would all be full. Our dam is doing very, very nicely. Everything is looking good for our beavers. We don't have power during a drought, but honestly, I'm not too bothered by it at the moment. We seem to be managing just fine. I think the next thing that I want to go ahead and do is start trying to irrigate some of this area back here. And I think if I run a 3-wide channel straight down this way, that could work out very, very nicely. We should also consider damming this up so that we have water available in here to irrigate that. So I think we'll knock that out really, really quick. Our drought just ended, and that was a relatively long one, and our dam is still very, very full. Exactly what we want to see. This is almost finished as they put the final touches on that last piece there. And this land here is a little bit contaminated, but I'm not super concerned about that. I think it'll be okay. Now all we need to do is figure out a way to get our water into here, and I think that's going to be relatively straightforward. Now that we have 68 dynamite in storage, I think I will just simply go for something like that. I'm going to make it 3 wide because that is the widest we can go to get the most amount of irrigation possible. And then how high are we here? I think this water level here is the exact same height. So we should, in theory, just be able to tunnel through this. That is going to require 2,000 science, which we just barely have. That may be something we need to work on a little bit here in a minute. But for now, I think that should function the way we want it to. No, that is actually very, very wrong, and that would make everything not so good. Let's instead go down one more level, because that is where this tunnel is actually going to be. And we can throw that in right about there, and that should work out a little bit better. So we'll let them get all that built, and we'll come back from there. And one dynamite left to go in here. They also haven't blown out this tunnel yet, but that is because they don't really have access. With that all done, we can now do the very satisfying thing, detonate one of these explosives and watch the entire thing get blown up. Now, in order for them to get down here, I am just going to quickly add some stairs. That should allow them access to this in order to tunnel all of this out. And the water is about to start flowing as soon as they get this middle one detonated, and then this should all become nicely irrigated. And any second now, that is now out. If I move up with the camera, that irrigates almost that entire thing. We are going to get a little bit of flooding as this all equalizes, but that should hopefully subside in a little bit here. I'm pretty sure I got my water levels right, so this should clear up. We may have to lower these floodgates a little bit just in order to make that work. Or, alternatively, rather than just having a straight open tunnel in here, if this is going to flood but this isn't, which it looks like that is indeed the case. Are these not at the same height? Oh, I think this is one tile higher. So we would have had to do this anyway. But what we can do is we can simply go in here, demolish these 3 platforms. They are no longer necessary, and instead replace them with sluices. And that will allow us to control how much water is actually going in here. I have to wait to put that one down just before, while I wait for them to blow that up, just like so. And then we can simply say close above downstream depth of 0.5, keeping this at a very nice height. We do have a little bit of flooding at the moment, but that should clear up as soon as they get these sluices in. And with those sluices in, we should now see this water level changing to be a little bit lower, because currently this is at 1.03. It will take a little bit of time for all that to evaporate because we did make it 3 tiles wide, but that should be very, very good. And it should honestly go down relatively quickly here. We could also just open this up for a second. Let some of that water drain out. I don't actually think that's going to help. Never mind. We'll reset that back to 0.65. Call it a day there. This should eventually clear up, and we now have a whole bunch of room for additional farms should we need them. And should we need them? I actually think we should. We are currently at 54 grilled potatoes, 72 carrots. It's a little bit tight. It's a little bit tighter than I would like it to be. So I think now is as good a time as any to go ahead and add bread to our situation over here. That is going to require a couple of different things. We are going to need the grist mill, which is going to be 180 science. This does require power, so we need to keep that in mind. And then we will also need the bakery. This does not require power, so that is fantastic. It is, however, longer than I would like it to be. Maybe we go ahead and add it in down here, or on top of another storage building. I think on top of another storage building would make the most sense. If we add the bakery on top like so, that should work. Now, where can we get power from? And did I build this in a terrible spot? I think I did. Let me redo this. And instead, how much does this take? This only takes 60 horsepower. Once this starts flowing, I think we can get that to work just with this little bit of water flow that we have right here. I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. Especially because we have... Okay, why are you still so full? This is at 1. These should be closing above downstream depth of 0.5. Okay, it might have just let in a little bit too much. That's fine. And what we can do to actually fix that is we can say you are closed at all times, you are closed at all times, you don't synchronize with the ones next to you, you don't synchronize with the ones next to you, no one synchronize, and then I'll set this to auto, and we can just use the 1 to make sure that we don't get too much water flow in here at a time. And I think that will work out nicely. I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get all of this irrigated, but I think we can actually fix that with our new food setup. So what I'm thinking is we go into our landscaping here and we go for a little bit of dynamite action. If we dynamite out, say that, leave a 2 gap there, I think that'll be good. I just want to dynamite that because it's sticking out and I don't like it. We can get that done, and then we can build a power wheel, water wheel thing over here to power our gristmill. I think that's the plan. All right, dynamite is officially in place. We'll go ahead and detonate that. Did I miss? There we go. Slow the game down. Thank you. Detonate that. And that will give us something like that. And now we can jump into our power tab, grab ourselves a water wheel. I will have to throw down a quick little platform, just like so. Power, water wheel. Thank you. And we can throw that. Honestly, I don't think it really matters, but if we do it there, we can potentially get 2 of these in if we need it. That can go there, and then we can jump into our landscaping, and we can say levy that, and levy that corner as well. That should give us the maximum amount of throughput with that water wheel, and I think that will be a very good thing. Now, do we have access down here? We don't, but we should be able to build all of this, assuming that we extend this path out. They should be able to build that all nice and easily. Now, our food situation is going to look a little bit different now. So we can throw down our gristmill there, I guess. I kind of want it 1 forward. I'm going to throw it 1 forward. I know that's going to mean I'm going to have a power shaft, but I am okay with that. We'll throw a power shaft in there. Food, we will have storage. So we need 2 storages in here. And I think they can honestly just go over this way, like so. This one will be for storing wheat, if I can find it. And this one will be for storing... Where is it? I can never find it. I know it's one of these. I believe it's that. No, that's cattail flour. Cattail roots. Okay, it's one of these. Wheat flour. Perfect. And actually, that is not even going to store that. That is instead going to store our bread. And we'll build another one on top of this. And this will be for our wheat flour, which I think is going to work out nicely. And then we can simply throw our bakery in right about there. Only thing left to do, of course, is to go ahead and add ourselves a ladder, which can face that way. Grab a path for on top. And that should be our wheat situation pretty much sorted. From there, I will just simply go ahead and add another additional farmhouse. Can this service the bottom area as well? Yes, it can. Perfect. We can throw that right there, grab our plant crops, and say, I would like you to plant wheat all the way up here, all the way in there, and all the way down there. I don't know if that's going to be enough, but that is exactly what I'm going to start with. Looks like these farmhouses do overlap a little bit, so we should have a little bit more workforce doing that. We do have 7 beavers currently unemployed, so I think we have the workforce in order to get this done. So let's see what this looks like once they have finished all of this construction. That flooding seems larger than it used to be. I'm hoping that it still all clears up nicely. Let's just run the game at 30 times speed for a second here and make sure that it does. It should, in theory, clear up. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay. We're okay. We're not overflowing. Everything is now nice and full. We should have power coming in here. Yeah, we have 400 and something power in there going in. Absolutely amazing. This doesn't have a path, but that is just because they are still working on this staircase. Once that is done, this construction should all be complete and working as intended. Perfect. We should now have flour coming in, and in turn, bread. So I'm going to let the game run for a little bit, make sure that we do stabilize on our whole food situation over here, and see how we go with that. We have a couple of injured beavers, a couple of unwell beavers, and we're lacking a few workers, but honestly, I think we're okay. We're also lacking materials for the bakery, which is fine. We can automate the ingredients to save a worker there, and we'll automate the products as well. I want to make this 5 to 10%, and that should be absolutely good to go. So we'll see how this goes as soon as we start seeing wheat get fully grown and turned into bread. All right, we have our first wheat coming in. That should go ahead and get ground into wheat flour here in a second. I can probably automate this ingredients a little bit less. If we say like 1 to 5%, that should be much more reasonable. That is now being processed, and then in turn, that should allow us to process this into bread. And I'll do the exact same thing. I'll say 1 to 5% on the products there. And very quickly, we should see that we have enough wheat flour to start actually making bread. Now, this is not going to function while we have a drought, which is a little bit unfortunate and I would like to fix. It also looks like we've flooded half the map. Thankfully, it's half of the map we don't really care about, but I believe that's just because these floodgates are set a little bit too high. Let's set those to 0.5 instead. And that should fix the problem, or did I build these floodgates too high? Let's just go down. Okay, I think I built these floodgates too high. That is my bad. Let's get back up to the top here. We may have to go ahead and build ourselves a levee on this riverbank to stop this from happening, although it's not really affecting us at the moment. It's all just draining out. But yeah, I think a levee down here is probably something that we need to address at some point soon. But the thing that I would like to address first is getting our bread factory to continue to run while we have a drought. And there are a couple of ways we can go about that. We can either use windmills, which are about as temperamental as our water flow situation, or we could unlock the gravity battery. Stores energy surplus and gives it back when network is underpowered. The higher it's built, the more energy it can store. That is going to cost us 400 science. It costs 40 planks, 40 gears, and 10 steel to build. Now, we could build them here, but that doesn't seem particularly efficient to me, because the higher you build these, the more power they can store. And we would also like it to connect to our power buildings. So we could potentially build it off the back here, and that would work. Maybe even like so, we could build a couple of them in here, and I think that is exactly what I want to do. So let's go ahead and get our power sources running through there, and then we will need a way to get up here. So that is going to come in the form of ladders. I imagine this is going to be fairly expensive to do, but I think it is going to be worth it. I just want to build up pretty much as high as we can go to somewhere like there. And I'm now realizing that that doesn't quite work the way that I wanted it to, because these don't transmit power upwards. Instead, we are going to have to use, if we jump back into the power tab, our vertical power shafts. And I think honestly running them right next to the ladders is probably the best bet. That way we can, you know, build them at the exact same time. So that is going to be our battery, which is a little bit insane for a little flour mill, but you know, we might expand our power needs later on down the line, and we may as well build big or go home. So let's grab ourselves some triple platforms. That's going to cost us 200 science, and they are just going to run like so. And I'm hoping that we can build all of this at once. If we can't, then that is a little bit annoying, but we'll see how it goes. And then can we fit the battery on top of this? No, we might have to come down by one level here. So let's get rid of all of that. Gravity battery can now still no longer sit up here. Go down one more level, which honestly is kind of relieving because this is probably going to be a very expensive project, and that can do just like that. I will need to grab myself one more vertical power shaft to power those, and that is our monstrosity of a battery. It should be able to hold a really good amount of power. I'm considering demolishing half of this for now, because that seems rather expensive. So let's get rid of that side, because this is the side that we built the tower on, and see just how expensive this is going to be. We are doing pretty well on resources. I would love some more food, but other than that, I think this will be okay. So let's figure out a nice little spot to capture a cinematic and see how long this takes to build. How did you end up in there? Oh, beavers. Beavers, beavers, beavers. Well, I don't want to start demolishing this. It's a shame that we can't come through the vertical power shaft. And I'm going to have to demolish these anyway in order to get power shafts in here. Unless, of course, I just simply go ahead and add a ladder there, and double ladder there. That way we can do something like that, and bring that up like so. I also did not put ladders up to paths up to this. I don't know if that is 100% required, but I'm going to do it anyway just because I don't want to come back and see none of this actually progressing. So that should get done. I will just go ahead and assign a higher priority to all of these things to make sure that we can unstrand that beaver as soon as possible. For some reason, our bakery does not seem to be functioning. I think it's mostly due to the fact that we don't have any logs in here. And the reason we don't have any logs in here is not immediately obvious to me. I'm going to set that to none for now, set it back to bread, and see if that fixes it. But I have not seen any bread pop up over here, which is honestly a little bit concerning. We do have people working in here, but nothing is being used. Unless this can somehow get power. But I don't think it can. And yeah, I'm not seeing any bread. So if you guys know why that is the case, I would love to know as we get all of this flooding again, as we get water back. Yeah, my bread does not seem to be behaving at all. I think what I'm going to do is just quickly demolish that and rebuild it in hopes that that fixes the problem, because it honestly should. That should be bread, and we'll see how that goes. Alright, that seemed to fix the problem. We now have bread coming in. I don't know what that was about, but it is what it is. It also looks like this tower is almost finished. We have one more power shaft to go, a couple of platforms on the front here, and then our battery for the very top. I imagine this battery is going to be high enough that this should be able to be done. It's saying that it's too far from a district and cannot be reached. That should not be the case. I hope that fixes itself. It's saying that is too. Potentially this ladder needs to go one higher and we add another path on top. Potentially that'll fix the problem, because we can build that. So let's see. Apparently this is not working. And I'm not 100% sure if it's because we aren't high enough. I mean, if I add a path on top of that, does that help for some reason? I mean, that can't even be built at the moment, so I can't see why it would. This is all definitely connected. Oh, I know why. I know why. Let's go ahead and jump into our deconstruction menu. Mark resources for deconstruction. Actually, no, we don't have to do that. Cancel that. And instead, we will run a path up this way. Over here, this is a little bit convoluted, but we can get rid of it in a second. That can go there, and then we can connect that up, because this was not connected to a path, which is why they couldn't reach this. So as soon as they build this ladder, that should be all resolved. There we go. They should be able to build it now. I was missing one more path in order to get that to work, but that should be fine now, as you can see them bringing resources up here. Alright, that is now officially finished. We can now demolish this. Let's just make sure that there are no beavers actually actively up there. There are not, which is good. Let's demolish that, and demolish this path. We can leave the one at the bottom, and honestly, I might even end up deconstructing these like I was originally going to, because I think it will look a little bit better. Let's just cancel planting crops in that area. These will get demolished. We can add a path to that tower as soon as they get that done, and that is a lot cleaner. Let me just go ahead and clean up some of this mess in here. Perfect. That is looking much better, and we now have 40,000 HPH to use. This only uses 60, so I imagine that will serve us for a very long time. The only thing left to do in here, I guess, is, well, do we even need to increase our wheat production? We're actually doing really well on food at the moment. We have 51 beavers. I am honestly pretty happy with that. Our water is all flowing nicely. Everything is looking good. We currently have 113 dynamite left for whatever we want to use it for, really. And I have a couple of ideas. I was tempted to make this little pathway underwater with a tunnel, and that way every time they come out of bed they will get the wet fur buff. I'm also tempted to bring this bank back a little bit in order to irrigate a little bit more of this inside area, although this would do that exact same job. And the other thing I'm tempted to do is to make this all uniform height. I don't know. Which one of those would you guys like to see? That is what I am curious about. I don't know. I don't know. There's so many options. Well, I still don't understand why this is flooding. We have sluice gates in here that... Oh, that's why. That is why. That is a platform. So that is water getting through in here that is causing that to happen. We can fix that if we go into landscaping and get an impermeable floor. I believe if we put impermeable floor over both of those, that should fix that issue. The only trouble is we need to be able to access it. And we might be able to access it underneath. It looks like, yeah, that might actually be the case. We should have access to that. That is now filled in, and that should mean that this water should not rise to this height anymore. Let me just speed up the game, make sure that is actually the case. We may need to put some on top of our sluice gates as well, but I don't think we should. We should be okay with this. I'm going to put some on top of the sluice gates anyway, just in case that is the problem. And see if that works. I don't know if they can access these. It looks like they can. Perfect. And with that said and done, we now have impermeable floor here, and this is no longer overflowing. Fantastic. All right. What's next? Well, what is next is probably zipways, because I would like to get over here, and that is a hell of a long way to walk. So I'm thinking if we unlock zipways, we can get over there a lot more efficiently. Now, in terms of doing that, that would cost us, what's that, 1,200 and 1,800 if we want the zipline beams as well. That's not bad, but I think it might be time to instead upgrade our science situation with the observatory. That, however, is going to require us getting pine resin. We do have some pine trees in here, and we can absolutely go ahead and harvest those for pine resin. We're doing fine on wood, so I'm absolutely okay saying, hey, no longer cut down our pine trees, instead we will harvest them. And I may even do the same for a couple of our other trees as well. Chestnut trees can give us chestnuts, the maple trees can give us maple syrup, and oak trees don't give us anything, so that is all we'd be really interested in. So let's go ahead and cancel harvesting all of those, and then instead we will go ahead and throw in a tapper's shack, which I believe is in wood. Yeah, tapper's shack. Employee tappers who gather sap and syrups from trees. These will gather pine resin and maple syrup. How do we get the chestnuts? That is my question. Chestnuts. No, that's not going to tell me. I have done it before, but I can't remember how I did it. So maybe it's, oh, actually, I think it's a gatherer's thing. So let's, I guess, throw our tapper's shack right there. Get a nice little doorway there. And then we need to store both maple syrup and pine resin. Now, pine resin, I don't believe is actually a liquid, even though it probably should be. Maple syrup is, but pine resin is not. So we need a medium tank for our maple syrup. What a delicious tank that would be. We'll grab that there, and we'll grab a medium warehouse facing the right way. And this will be for pine resin. Absolutely fantastic. And then we can even throw in one more, and this can be for our chestnuts. If I can find them, there they are right there. And then we can simply go into our food, gather a flag, place that down right about there, I guess. Should be fine. And this is prioritizing chestnuts. Fantastic. That should be all good and ready to go. Alright, they are all in. I don't really want to prioritize one or the other. We should have more than enough to deal with both. But I think this is something we actually have to deal with at this point. The fact that this is just constantly overflowing, I do not like one little bit. So let's figure out a way down here. Looks like we already have a path to the other side. As long as we can find somewhere to get up that is free of trees, we should be able to do this. Actually, we should be able to go up straight there, grab ourselves our ladder, throw that up to there, make sure there's a path on both of them, and then we can start demolishing some of these trees that are lining this edge and replacing them with a levee. So deconstruct resources. I will do this like a little bit further back from the edge of the river just so that we have a little bit of walking room as we are doing this. But that is going to be a lot of trees marked for deconstruction. Sorry, trees. You've got to go. All right. That should do. They'll slowly but surely start working on that, and then we can go from there. Alright, with our path all laid out, this should now be a fairly easy step of simply throwing in a levee all the way along this riverbank, making sure it no longer floods. Now, of course, that ladder is going to get in the way, but for now, that should work. We can get started on that, and then once that's finished, we can get rid of this ladder and finish that off. Well, there's something I didn't see. There is a gap running through here as well, because of course there is. So let's get a secondary set of stairs in there. Let's go ahead and mark all of these resources for deconstruction, all of these as well, because, I mean, they're going to be underwater, so it'll look a little bit silly. And from there, we should be able to levy this off as well and fix that problem, which is exactly what I want to see. We are making decent progress. It's a little bit slow, but it's not too bad. We're doing okay. Oh, this is all now flooded, which means no one has a home anymore. So that's fun. Let's go ahead and prioritize getting all of these done. Because it turns out this levee here is more important than anywhere else. Yeah, that is 100% my bad. Why are you not building this? Please build this nice and quickly. Please and thank you. All right, they're doing it now. I did not see that little gap. All those trees really covered that up very, very nicely. Why are my beavers not doing the thing? I really need this to be built like today. That is now maximum priority. I don't know if it works because it's technically underwater. Thankfully, we do have a bad tide incoming, so our water levels should drop a little bit. I can also lower this floodgate. That might help a little bit. It won't help a ton, but it'll help a little bit. I could also just demolish those for now. which might be the best play, actually. Let's go ahead and do... Well, actually, we only need to demolish the middle two, just so that this water can flow through here. Get all of this flooding out of my town. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Now that's being built. Now we're doing this. And okay, we should be good. I can go ahead and reset the priority of this back to normal. This is now fixed, and we can simply go ahead and block that off right there. Is there anywhere else in here that is going to be tricky? No. It looks like that is it. Perfect. Demolish that tree, please. Get a path in here so that nothing else grows. And from there, we should be okay. Oh, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. Who knew flooding could be so bad for beavers? The bad tide is starting. It is 3 days long. I don't think we'll have an issue. We have so much water available to us on the map. All of our water storage is currently full, which is exactly what we want to see. I didn't need to come down here at all because they can actually build this from the top. So that was a waste of time. But hey, we got it fixed eventually. Alright, with all of that back in, this should now no longer flood, which is exactly what we wanted to see. This was definitely not something that I was planning today, but I guess it's done now, so we don't have to worry about it too much. I would like to demolish all of these paths, because, I mean, we don't have access to them anyway, so let's get rid of all of that. And this is actually not watertight yet, I've just realized. So thankfully I was paying attention. We still need to construct our final levees in here, which is just going to be right there, and then we'll build that final one once those are done, just to make sure that no one gets stranded, hopefully. Hopefully they don't build this from the other side of the road. If they do, that's 100% not on me. Alright, now we should be flood-proof. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted to see. We might still have a little bit of flooding as soon as all of these open up, but for now, we're as flood-proof as we can possibly be. And we have some new resources available to us. We have 112 pine resin sitting in there. We have a little bit of maple syrup, a few chestnuts, which I believe need to be roasted. But before we get to any of that, I would like to upgrade our inventors to observatories. This is going to cost us 1,000. They are a little bit bigger, but I mean, honestly, can we just replace these? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely we can. The only problem is these require power. Now, do we care about research when we don't have water flow? The answer to that question is probably not, so I'm tempted to build it over here with the rest of this situation that we've got going on. Or we could connect it to this power station and maybe put it in this little area here, maybe on the water. That doesn't seem like a bad idea. For now, let's go ahead and get rid of our old inventor stations because they are no longer necessary. Do we have access to the water down here? I don't think we do. If I toggle that water off, no, we do not. So we don't have access to getting rid of that tree, which is a little bit unfortunate, and we should probably just throw in a permanent ladder down here in order to be able to get down to this. So let's throw that there, get a path going on all 3 levels there. I will go ahead and mark this singular tree for deconstruction, and then we can have a look at where our observatory is going to sit. Now, in terms of getting power, this should be relatively easy. But I think I would like to sit this maybe back over the water a little bit. So let's get ourselves a couple of platforms like so. We're going to have to wait for that tree to come out, and then we should, in theory, be able to put our observatory right about there, which is exactly what I want to see. Something like that. So we'll let them get on with that and come back once we are ready to place that. Alright, observatory is officially going in. We just need to figure out how to connect this up to power. And honestly, it's probably going to be something like this, even if we just build a full path over there, and then we can just simply plug it in like so. I would have loved to have built it in here, but I didn't think about it before we did it, and I do not want to remove this battery in order to do so. Now, the question is, do we just want one observatory or do we want two? And I think the answer is we want two. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves some double platforms, throw them in like so, and maybe even a singular platform just there. Throw that there and then throw a second observatory there. And that should get us a bunch of research. This is faster and produces 10 times the science. The only downside is, well, there's two downsides. The first is that it requires power, which isn't that big of a deal. And the second is that it requires 4 workers. So again, we are going to put these on, nope, not the construction priority, the workplace priority down to 0. So if there is nothing else to do, we will do research, but if you guys have better things to do with your day, go ahead and do that instead. Perfect. It looks like we are struggling a little bit for planks, which is kind of annoying because I really didn't leave myself all that much room out here to put in additional buildings. I guess we could potentially plank this and have another workshop in here, or build one on the other side. It would just be a little bit inefficient getting the resources across there. Yeah, I don't think we worry about it just yet. One thing that I might do is change this storage to be underground, just so that we can get more stockpiled when we're not actively using all of them. But I definitely think we're going to have to get more plank production up and running very, very soon. And just like that, both our observatories have officially been built. This is saying we don't currently have any workers, which is probably accurate. Looks like we still need to ramp up our food production a little bit more, but I think we're going okay. That also probably cut into the amount of power that we can store, because I did build this massive building underneath our battery, which was probably not the best idea, but I think it'll be okay. I think that is where I am going to leave today's episode. If we can get the water to turn off. There we go. We have done quite a lot. We made this a levee, which we didn't plan on doing. We made all of this dammed, which is going to give us a whole bunch more fertile terrain in case we do need to expand our food production later on down the line. We added this little tunnel to irrigate our land, added 2 observatories, which is absolutely fantastic. We unlocked dynamite, we unlocked extract, we unlocked chestnuts, maple syrup, and pine resin, which is fantastic. I think the next step for this series is dealing with this water source up here. And the reason that I want to deal with this is because currently when we get a bad tide, we have to wait for this entire thing to turn to bad water before that bad water comes running out. And then when it gets clean again, we have to wait for all that bad water to dissipate, essentially making our bad tides last so much longer than they need to. Instead, what I would like to do is sort of dam this little area off here and run a diversion out down to this bad water, so that when we get a bad water, it doesn't pollute this entire lake. It just runs straight out, which is exactly the plan for the next episode. That is going to involve unlocking zipways, getting fast travel out to this location so that we can actually effectively build it. But that is what you have to look forward to if you guys are enjoying this series. Where we last left off, we set up our observatories, we set up a battery, and we fixed all of our flooding over here. And today, I think the very first thing that I would like to deal with is the fact that this occasionally floods after we have a bad tide or a drought. And in order to fix that, my main goal here is probably just going to be lowering this water level. And to do so, we are going to utilize our 195 explosives and a 304 extract to do that. The plan is to just drop this ditch down a little bit so that it can hold more water and so that we don't have it quite so full all of the time. So we are simply going to go into our landscaping here. I'm going to pause it just for a minute And I'm wondering whether or not we just make this entire thing like 4 deep so we can hold a whole bunch of water. If we did that, we would have to replace these water pumps with the bigger ones, but I'm okay with that, and I think that's kind of what I want to do. For that, I will unlock both the double dynamite as well as the triple dynamite, and then I guess just start placing this in. I think I'll do this deeper section first, just because I think that's going to be a little bit easier. So this is all going to be double dynamite, just like so. And I'm not going to worry about any of the supports. They can stay a little bit higher. And for right now, I would also like to go ahead and cancel these here, just so that we don't impact our ability to pump water in the short term. The only thing left to do now is make sure there is a path down here, and it looks like there is over here. But they probably won't access all of this without some sort of path. So let's clear a path out so they can at least access most of this, and that should be good to go. I believe we can... Oh, I can draw paths underneath the explosives. I did not realize that, so let's go ahead and throw those explosives back down, get this whole thing laid with explosives, and blow it up from there. Alright, and with all of those explosives in and no beavers currently down here, we can go ahead and press detonate and watch this entire thing blow up. Now, that shouldn't affect us too badly if we go ahead and turn on the water. We should still have enough in here to make this work, especially considering these sluices will now open and refill this entire thing. I will, however, say close above like 1.2 instead of 1.5, just to keep the level of this water in here down a little bit more. But that is already a huge amount of storage that we did not have before. Next up is to go ahead and clear out the rest of this, and that is going to be using the 3-wide dynamite, making sure that I don't accidentally place one there, because that would be bad. So let's get all of that in, cover up all of these paths, and I think I'm okay doing it to about there. We should probably do that one as well, and throw in our dynamite. Now, the question is, do we care about these? And the answer is probably yes. I'm going to have to do a little bit of more manual work when it comes to this power wheel and clearing that out. But for now, I think that'll do the trick. I believe they'll be able to get over here. If they can't, I can just go ahead and add a little bit more path in here because I left the side open just in case I did have to come in and do some more work over here. And honestly, it sort of makes sense to connect up those paths anyway. I have a feeling they'll be able to get most of this done, but if they need some more paths, we can, of course, go ahead and add them in as we go. But before we get started with that, I want to take a look at my bakery because it doesn't seem to be working. And it seems to have the same problem I had with my, sorry, not my bakery, my grill for the baked grilled potatoes because I'm not getting any in. The bakery has been working. If it can get logs at some point, I don't understand this problem. I don't know why. Okay, this one is working, assuming someone does stuff soon, but this one is not getting any logs. If I prioritize this, will that fix that problem? I have a feeling it's not going to, and I don't know why. We definitely have a lot of potatoes in stock, so this shouldn't be a problem. We have 1,000 wood. It shouldn't be a problem at all. Also, our drought has ended, so we'll check if whether or not this floods still with that deeper water. I imagine it probably still will, but yeah, this is just not working. So let's, for the meantime, just delete that grill and go ahead and replace it with a new one because for some reason that was a little bit bugged. We'll go grilled potatoes and that should be okay. All right, let's turn the water view back on and watch as this water flows down. They'll slowly start working on all of this. But I'm very curious to see whether or not this all starts to flood or not. Alright, here comes the water. It should start spilling over the spillway very, very soon here. And will we get flooding? Also, apparently these are not in water. That's okay. I'm not concerned about that for the moment. All right, here comes the water. Do we get some flooding? We get some flooding over here. I'm not too concerned about that. The main thing that I don't want to flood is this. And it looks like running at the speed that I'm running it at, which is 3x, not 30x, this seems to be fine. This seems to be holding on just fine. This is flooding a little bit, which I don't love, but again, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I don't know how I would potentially fix that, to be completely honest with you. If you guys have any suggestions on how I can effectively control this water a little bit more, that would be fantastic. I guess just reinstalling these with floodgates and lowering the water level would also fix this problem. So we'll continue on with the demolition for now. And I believe that was the last explosive that went in, so let's go ahead and detonate all of these. Get that nice chain reaction going across our entire riverbank. And this should be the very last one that needs to be done. You need to get out of there, good sir. You need to run. Stop using these ramps. Let's just, for the moment, delete these. They actually need to be dynamited as well. You are now stranded, which is unfortunate, to say the least. I apologize for blowing you up and killing you, Ellie. My bad. My bad. No one else is over here? Okay, cool. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to kill you. All right, that is now a ton more water storage. There is a little bit left over here to do as well. And I want to get dynamite on both of these as well. And then we'll start constructing a path across here, as well as a ladder to actually get down. And one right there. Now, they don't have particularly great access across this river anymore. Now, if they want to cross, they have to come all the way out here or all the way out here. We're just going to have to deal with that for a second. It is what it is. They'll figure it out slowly but surely. I just want to get these dynamite in, and then we can reestablish a path across here, as we are getting a little bit of flooding again as this sort of raises back up to this level, which is okay as long as we don't flood our crops. Fingers crossed we don't. Alright, that one is now gone. At the very least, we can start working on our path now. I think just for the sake of symmetry, we'll go with 2 double platforms across here rather than a 3 and a 1. I think that'll look better. They can start working on that section. Over here, they do have technically a way to cross there, but I don't think it's particular. Actually, no, they don't. They don't have a way to cross there at all. I should potentially build them that. So let's go for a ladder there, grab this path and wrap it around, and they should be able to cross there for now. But I think I would also like to connect this path back up as well. So we'll go for something like that, throw our path on top of that so they can cross, and wait for these other 2 dynamites to be placed down. And this one already was, so we'll go ahead and do the exact same thing in that hole, just like so. And with 1 dynamite left to be placed, we can get this done relatively quickly. Right, that path is now built. They'll no longer get the wet fur buff from being in here, but I'm okay with that. The next thing we need to address is our water pumps, and I would like to replace them with the large water pump. That's going to cost us 400 science, and I am going to temporarily place one down right about here. Never mind, no I am not, because we can't actually get this yet. This requires treated planks, which I do not have, and that is absolutely something that I would like to have, but I do not yet. So that requires, I believe that's pine resin, which we should have a store of. If we check up here, yeah, we have 250. So we need to find a place for this to live. Now, we could continue filling this up, but honestly, that doesn't seem like the best solution to me. We kind of need power somewhere else. if I'm being completely honest. We could expand up here. I actually don't hate that. This could be an expansion to that whole system. We would just need to figure out a way to get power up there, which I think we can do. I don't think it's necessarily going to be pretty, but if we ran power all the way back to here and sort of up and across the side of the dam, maybe that would work. So for now, let's plan on this being there. That will cost us 800 science. Go back to pathing, and we'll make sure that we throw in a ladder so they can get up to it. And then we need to figure out a way to get power over here. So I'm going to sort of work backwards as I do this. We'll go for the normal power shaft, just over by 1. We'll grab a vertical power shaft and go up. Can I go sideways with this, or do I need a platform? I would need a platform. So I think I would like this to run somewhere like that. And then probably run down these staircases like so. And then vertical power there, normal one on top of that, vertical power there, vertical power there. And I would actually like another levee here because this is getting blocked every now and then. Like so, should be okay. And then we can have... How do we get power from back here? That is the question. I guess we just use platforms, right? So we'll go for a double platform there and sort of run it around this way. Singular platform there. And then back to the power tab, we can simply grab a normal power shaft going there. That's going to have to be a vertical one. Can we run just a normal one off the top of that? Yes. Yes, we can. I believe that works. That connects, that connects, that connects. And then we just need to get this across here with another platform. So 3 high, I believe. Yes. Power. That. And then a vertical power shaft there and that. Now, does it look the best? Absolutely not. Will it function? Yes. Can we access all of it? Probably not. But we'll see. We'll see how much of this they can get done before they get stuck, and go from there. Alright, that required far too much scaffolding for my liking, but we made it up eventually. At this point, I think I would like to clean up a bunch of that scaffolding so that I don't have to look at it anymore. And that should be okay. I mean, it might be worth having this on top of the dam anyway, but, you know, it's going away. I just don't want to see it. And honestly, we probably don't need any of this either. Let's get rid of that. Thank you to the kind soul who told me that holding shift cancels the confirmation dialogue when you're demolishing things. That is absolutely very handy for me. Because I absolutely hated that. This is still flooding, but that's okay. We're still in the process of figuring that out. At the very least, we have treated planks being made over here. And since we've got a little bit more room now, I think it is also going to be worth throwing in 2 more plank workshops because we currently are very limited by the amount of planks we have. So I'll get both of those in. I'm hoping we still have enough power over here. We definitely should. We're generating 1152. We're not using all that much. Most of these buildings do turn off once all our storages are full as well, so I'm not super concerned about it. One thing we definitely will need, though, is some storage for those treated planks. Now, do they go in a building or in a stockpile? That is my question. I believe they go in a stockpile. Yes, they do. So we need another stockpile, and we need somewhere to put it. And honestly, just up here is probably reasonable enough. That can be our treated planks, and we should be able to slowly but surely build up a stockpile of those. We'll go ahead and make sure all of our buildings are still automated so that no one is working if they don't need to be, and that should be okay. One thing I am noticing somewhat consistently is we aren't having enough beavers to do all of the jobs, so I think it is worth putting in 1 more building for housing, getting that set up, so that we can have a little bit more of a workforce. But so far we're doing okay. Alright, now that we have treated planks, we can do what we were originally going to do and throw down a temporary water pump there. I'll just go ahead and connect that to the path. And once that's built, we can demolish all 3 of these, get some more dynamite in here, and continue terraforming this river just a little bit. Alright, this is now in. We can automate products on that. That should be absolutely okay. And with that done, we should, in theory, be able to demolish all 3 of these, as well as any of the supports in here, because I would like to make this all the same depth everywhere that I possibly can. That is going to require me building some ladders, but I'm okay with that. So we will get our landscaping tool, and we want to go down 2 over here, I believe. That should be good. We do need access to this though, so I'm thinking we could potentially do that a little bit sneaky by throwing a ladder down right there, getting this to come around and wrap onto that ladder, and then we can get a path going down here as well. All of this should be accessible by that path as well, so I think I will immediately go ahead and throw down the dynamite there so that we can build all that dynamite and blow this all up in one foul swoop. Alright, that dynamite is now set and ready to blow. No beavers are currently down here, so we'll go ahead and detonate all of those, get a nice chain reaction throughout the whole thing, and this is now at the level I want it, and we can go ahead and move this building over. It is a 3x3, I believe, with like 1 out the back, so potentially right in here is exactly where I should put that. Let's go for something like so. And just to double check that that is accurate, I can go ahead and throw down the water pumping station right about there. That ladder is going to give us a nice clean access to build all of this, and that should be fantastic. Alright, that is now done. Go ahead and automate that. We can now remove this one, and we can always add another one of these if we need it. Whether or not we do, I don't quite know. But that brings us on to our next problem over here, and I think I would actually like to leave this for just a second and focus more on our flooding issue, because you can see this is all flooding quite a lot. We're actually not able to get extract at the moment because this is all flooded, so I think we definitely have to address that next. And to do so, I think I just want to replace these with floodgates. Simple as that. So let's go ahead and do that. I would probably like this to be 2 deep before I go ahead and do that, just so that I can throw in a double floodgate and really have control of how much water is in here. So with that in mind, let's grab ourselves the singular dynamite and dynamite this entire section here out. That's going to lose us access to down here and to over here, but we don't actually need that access at the moment, so that should be okay. That is now all in place. We'll go ahead and detonate that. This ladder is now not doing anything, and we can go ahead and plan our floodgates. And I think I would just like to throw in 2 right there, and then I'm going to throw a levee on the end. That should work out absolutely beautifully. We should have access to all of that via those stairs that don't actually lead anywhere, but they should be able to build this from that corner, that from there. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. Let's let them build that, and then we'll go ahead and demolish our original dam. Alright, that is in. This can now all be demolished, and we'll use the actual tool itself. Now this again is going to get rid of that path for a second here, but that is okay. The other good news is we actually have access to all of these, which is exactly what I want. We should be able to build here from that corner. Yeah, I think we have access to all of this without building any staircases. So I would like 3 tall dynamite on that level, 2 tall dynamite on that level, just to make this all the same depth, and that should be good. That is all in. We'll go ahead and detonate all of that, clearing that up very, very nicely. And now, with that floodgate in, we should be able to control the level of the water in here a lot more accurately, which I think is going to be fantastic. All right, now we need to deal with this situation, but we are currently in a drought, so whether doing that now is a good idea or not, I'm not 100% sure. It's probably fine. So let's at least plan it out. I mean, we can do this without destroying this dam, so that's good news. let's grab landscaping again, and I want a singular level of dynamite going through here. This is where my new floodgate's going to be. I'll just throw a levee in that corner there, and that should be good to go. So we'll get that done. And go ahead and demolish this dam. Now, that is going to lose us our pathway for a second, but I'm okay with that. Let's go ahead and do just that. So this is going to be demolished. And what are we working with in here? This is all 1 deep currently. I would love to make this 4 deep in here, but I guess that's not the biggest deal. We could just make this section 4 deep. Or we could leave it as is. No, I definitely want to make this 4 deep. I'll be honest. I mean, this doesn't matter. That can stay as it is. But I would like to get rid of that. Get rid of the water wheel for the moment. And get rid of those platforms. Everything in here I would like to be 4 deep. That's the plan, at the very least. So we'll grab landscaping. We will go down by 3 on that level. Down by 2 right there. And we need a way to access this. And the way that I'm going to do that is probably just with another ladder situation. So if we grab ourselves the ladder, we can throw this down, I guess at the bottom. Well, we're going to need 2 if we do it like that. Okay, let's just do a temporary ladder in here then. Grab that, grab the path, make sure these are all pathed up. We'll grab our double platform, throw it there, grab a singular platform. No, let's just grab a triple platform, throw it there, throw a ladder on that, and then in theory, we should have access to all of this. And just temporarily, I am going to throw in a path over here as well, just so that our beavers can get across without having to worry too much. That is all of our dynamite in. Once again, we will go ahead and blow all of this up, just like so. That should all now be at the right depth. We can grab our demolish tool, get rid of that. We no longer need it. And we need to throw in a platform over here for our water wheel, but that's fine. I will also go ahead and throw in 2 high platforms here so that we can clean this path up a little bit. Once that's built, we can demolish this one. That should be good. And then I believe we need a triple platform in here for our water wheel. That should go something like that. I don't know if we'll have access to all of this. We may have to rebuild that ladder and let them down here, but that should be okay. And then we'll grab our power back, grab our water wheel, and that can sit right about there. Perfect. Our water wheel is back in. It won't be generating power for the moment because we currently have no water flow, but that is okay. We'll go ahead and demolish this section here. Get rid of that path on top of there, and that should be all nice and cleaned up. The only thing left to do is to go ahead and reconnect our power to our research buildings. And how much do we care about these research buildings being off the ground? I mean, we have 5.8k. I think I will just go ahead and remove these so that I can make everything nice and even. So let me get this sorted and we'll come back in a little bit. And while they are working on that, let's go ahead and see if we can now fix this problem with this all being way too high and flooding back here. And I'm hoping that we can do that by just simply lowering the water height in here to like 1.2 on that side as well. That should drain a bunch of water out and hopefully fix this mess back here. And it looks like it has, maybe. That might still be too high. I'm worried that by creating this in here, we've bottlenecked this water too much and it just can't flow out fast enough. That is potentially the case. But in terms of fixing that without losing a ton of power, I don't know. We could add another one in here like add a sluice gate or a floodgate or something, just so that we have another path for the water to exit out of. I'm just concerned that that is going to make this far less efficient. But that is potentially what we're going to have to do, because this is all now nice and low, and this is still very, very high, because this is just flowing too fast. And yeah, I think that is actually the case, which means a lot of this work was unnecessary, but at the very least we have a ton more water storage in here, so that will always help us out in the long run. Alright, our observatories are back up and running, and you may notice that I moved them from underneath our gravity battery, which can now store 46,000 horsepower per hour, I imagine, is what that number is. I don't know what that last H stands for, but if you do, please let me know down in the comments. Alright, now it's time to hopefully fix this flooding problem once and for all. Let's just hide water for a second here, and I think if we just blow this up, we can let water run through here and it will be okay. That's my general understanding. I think I will blow it too deep, and we can also go ahead and blow this out so that that is too deep all the way through, and hopefully that prevents our flooding issue. It may slow down the efficiency of these water wheels, but I think I'm okay with that. Alright, they are now in. We'll go ahead and detonate all of those and let the game run at 3 times speed for a second, turn the water back on, and yeah, it looks like that was definitely the problem. You can see this has dropped significantly, and it looks like, yeah, we're doing okay. This was at like 1120-ish, like 1200, 1100. We've lost a little bit of horsepower. We're only just barely above what we need, but that is okay. We can always add a third power wheel in here, and I think I may even just go ahead and do that right now. So grab a couple more levies, 3 back like so, grab ourselves some platforms, throw them in like so, and then grab our water wheel on top. I have a feeling they'll be able to reach all of that, but I'm not 100% sure, so I will keep an eye on them as they do so. And yeah, that seemed to work. We're now up to 1600 horsepower, which is more than enough for what we need right now, and we have a nice deep reservoir in here with even more water storage. Fantastic. All right, now I didn't plan on doing any of that this episode, but I really wanted to deal with that flooding situation that we had. The main goal of this episode was actually way over here. I want to figure out a bad water diversion system that we can use over here, rather than letting this entire lake, which is a massive volume of water, change into bad tide and back again. So let's plan this out before we get any paths or anything over here. I think that blowing a path through this is the way to go. And I think I can't do that because of all the trees, which is very annoying. So we'll mark these resources here for deconstruction. I will blow a path through there, and then we will simply grab ourselves some levees and figure out where this wants to be. So I think that makes the most sense if we do something like that and follow that along, bring that up to there, and make sure we are at the right height. Yeah, we are. Perfect. And then we just need some sluices in here. So potentially making this square is a little bit more efficient. Well, not more efficient per se, but, you know, more visually appealing, which is what I'm going for here. So something like so, and then we can grab our levees back, throw one there. Since we're only making that other one 3 wide, I think we can get away with making this 3 wide. Do something like that, and then we simply go into our landscaping, throw a couple of sluices down, and that should work out, I believe. Then we'll throw some sluices down in here as well, once we've blown this out, and go from there. So we need to figure out a way to get over here, which is going to be dreadfully painful due to the fact that all these trees are in the way. Yeah, that is gonna suck a little bit. All right, at the very least, we can go up here and use this ladder to get across. But from there, it really is a slog through all these trees, unless we go this way, which probably makes a little bit more sense. Can we path on top of sluices? The answer is yes. Fantastic. I will figure out a path through all this mess, and we'll come back once I've done so. And actually, rather than going through the trees, why don't we just jump in the water? We are beavers, after all. So something like that, and then we can just walk all the way along here. Yeah, that is definitely the plan. Alright, honestly, we don't have to build too much to get that done, so that is what we are going to start with. We also have immediate access to this area up here, and I think because I may come back here in the future to do some more work, I am going to demolish all of those trees and plan to get a zipway in here, but we have to make our way over here first, so that is going to be our main priority. Right, with this cleared out, let's go ahead and see whether or not we can actually get a zipline all the way over here. Zipline station is going to cost us 700 science. It's somewhat expensive to build, but honestly not too bad. And I think I would like that to live right about there. Then we connect a path to that. That should be okay. And now we need to connect this up. Now, how far can this go? Is it going to tell me? Probably not. But we are going to need a zip line pylon, and it looks like it shows you when it can connect, which is about there. That's a bit rough. I really wish this went a little bit further because getting over there is kind of a pain. I guess we could route it this way where we already have some access. That probably makes the most sense. But in terms of building that, we need to find somewhere where we can do so. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if it's in the water, right? I guess that doesn't matter at all. So let's see. How close can we get that? First one there, that's going to cost us 500 science. I honestly don't know if this zipline is worth actually building. Does this tell me how far it can connect? Does that land actually make a difference here so that I can't build this over here? That's very frustrating if that is the case. I guess we're going to have to build one there as well then. And then we can connect it all the way down to there, which we should be able to build. Connect that to as far as we can get it. How far can we go? About there. Perfect. Down to... Well, we can't build over there, so let's not do it there. Let's go to there. Bring it down the mountain a little bit. Just like so. Maybe on top of our dam. Makes some sense. And then... have it land maybe down here at a station. So let's get our zipline station. And where do we want this to connect to? That is the question. I guess there kind of makes sense. It's somewhat central, although having it closer to our storage is probably a better idea. So let's throw it in there, I guess. I really didn't leave myself a ton of room, but that should be good. And then we can delete that. Go here, add connection, connect to there, connect to there, connect to there, there, and can I go straight to that? No, that is too far. There, there, and finally to our thing there. That is a long path, and I guess I should probably go ahead and make sure that these are all high priority. Otherwise, they will finish building our construction project down there before they get the pylons in, and we won't get to see them use it. So let's go ahead and make all this high priority and see how long it takes them to build that. Turns out our battery is not actually big enough to sustain our observatories and our gristmill. I really thought it would be, but I guess not. So potentially building another one in here is worthwhile. We only have 0.8 days of our flood yet left, so I'm not going to worry about that now. We're going to continue on with this project for the moment. And with that, it's complete. Let's go ahead and follow a beaver on their journey up here to deliver resources. And apparently closing that window stops tracking them, so let's see. As they fly... Oh, okay. I can't unhighlight them as I do this. So we're just going to see a neon green beaver flying along our zipways. This should make this a little bit quicker. Like I said, we'll probably do some more work down here at some point later on in the game, so this isn't all for waste. We probably could have built that in the time that we managed to build the zipway station, but I'm okay with it. And with the final levee now in, this is pretty much complete. We'll get rid of our scaffolding there, and I'll get rid of, well, no, we'll keep the path on top just because we can. You never know when we might need it again. And the only thing left to do is go ahead and blow this up. So let's go ahead and do that. That should create a nice path for our bad water to flow down here. And that's how it works. So these will open once the contamination is above 5%. These will shut at that point and then reopen once it is below 5%. Absolutely fantastic. Now, instead of having to deal with this mass of bad water, we just have to deal with this. I'm just hoping that 3 sluice gates is enough to deal with all of this flow. That is my main concern. We're currently in a drought. There's 8 days left on it. But we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. In terms of resources, we're doing okay, but I think it is time that we upgrade our plank storage. So that is getting removed, which was probably not the best idea during a flood, but it'll be okay. And then we're going to replace it with an underground pile. Now, the reason that was a bad idea is because this requires 40 planks to build, but I don't believe they can take them right off the floor. So in order to deal with that, I'm going to place a temporary small pile, which just takes 2 logs. Say you are going to store planks, you are going to store planks, you are the highest priority. So they should build this, gather up all of these planks that are just laying on the floor, and then they can go ahead and start constructing this. They had, okay, maybe that wasn't necessary even a little bit. Okay, maybe it was, maybe it helped, maybe it didn't, I don't know. Either way, that is now finished. That is now getting planks, and we should have a ton more plank storage in there. Do we want to do the same thing with gears? Yeah, I don't see why not. So let's get rid of that. Unlock the large warehouse for 250 science, throw that down right about there, and say you are going to be filled with gears. Now, thankfully, this doesn't take gears to produce, so this should be pretty straightforward and easy to do, and that will be fantastic. I mean, honestly, at this point, let's do the metal as well. We may as well. We'll get that in there, say you are storing metal, and that would be fantastic. And while we're at it, we may as well just upgrade all of them. Because why not, right? That makes sense to me. We'll throw that there, and we will say you, if the game would stop lagging for a second, can store treated planks. Amazing. We could also do the scrap metal, and you know what? Let's do it. How are we doing for scrap metal over here, actually? Okay, first of all, they have nothing left to harvest in range because this all has a little bit weird terrain, so we should absolutely go ahead and fix that. We need to bring a ladder down here, and that should allow them to get down there and harvest a whole bunch more metal. And then we can go ahead and demolish that and replace it with a underground storage instead, storing our scrap metal. So we'll let them build all of that, and then we will come back. Alright, the drought is over. I just want to pause the game quickly. I don't know if you guys noticed in that time lapse, but none of this got done. That is mostly due to the fact that we didn't have any plank production online while we were doing that because, you know, we had the drought. But I want to run all the way back up here and just double check that our sluice gates are enough to get this water flowing. The drought is now over, so these should start producing water any second now. We'll run it at 3 times speed, well, 30 times speed for just a second, and make sure that this doesn't fill up entirely and start overflowing this way. I mean, if it does, it's not the end of the world, but, you know, I would rather it didn't. We currently have, what's that, like 1.5 CMS of water flow over here, which is okay. It's definitely filling up, and there goes the overflow. The question is, will it stabilize? And if this is a bad tide, will we just have far too much water going through here? Do we need to open these up even more in order to make that actually work, because these are currently closed and water is still flowing out that way. I'm going to leave it run for a little bit as everything sort of equalizes, and I guess we will see. But if that is the case, we'll just have to add more sluices, make this a little bit wider, and I think it'll be okay. And yeah, that is not equalizing at all. So I'm wondering if 4 is enough, because that's really realistically all I can fit in here is another 1 here maybe, unless I make this entire thing bigger, which I don't really want to do, but I will if I have to. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. All right, let's turn off water for a second so I can see what we're actually dealing with. To start with, I think I will go ahead and just throw down 3 more sluices over here, just like so. These can be the exact same, close above contamination level of 5%, and that'll be okay. And then, in terms of getting this to work, what is the best strategy? I mean, does the sluice restrict flow? That is my question. Because if it doesn't, well, I guess even if it does, it doesn't really matter. What I am thinking is if we go ahead and demolish... Oh, I need to get rid of the trees first. Of course I do. All right, let's run paths over here. Let's go ahead and mark resources for deconstruction. Mark all of that for deconstruction, and we'll come back from there. All right, now with that done, I'm thinking we go into our landscaping and we just demolish all of that. Actually, these ones can stay. No, I'll get rid of them. That'll be fine. We'll deconstruct that, and then we can throw sluice gates along here rather than here. And I'm hoping the way that water physics works, that will work. But I'm not 100% sure, so I guess we'll find out in a second. Okay, good news and bad news. Actually, no good news, just bad news. 6 sluice gates in here still doesn't allow this to not overflow. Which is slightly concerning, if I'm being completely honest. I don't really know what to do with that. I think I'm going to continue on with my plan for now. Yeah, that we may have to levy this entire thing up a level just to get to this to work. Maybe bad tides don't put out as much water. I don't know. If you guys have any suggestions for this mess that I've made up here, I would love to hear them in the comments. But before I hear your comments, I am going to detonate this and just see what happens. Alright, so that is cleared out. That is all now draining, which is what I expected. We'll now go ahead and demolish these sluice gates and replace them with more sluice gates over here. If the game will let me. Please unlag. Please don't crash. Okay, something weird happened. Oh, it's because the trees are there. Okay, so we can get rid of those two. I thought the game was trying to crash on me, but it wasn't. It was something else entirely. So that is now in, and we can build those and see whether or not this works, or if we need to build levees on top of all of this to make this function and not constantly overflow. I mean, I guess we could have these just open and this open, and then, you know, this would open when we had clear water. It looks like this is maintaining the level over here just fine. But I would like to have all of my clean water going down this stream, if at all possible. Alright, these sluice gates are now turned off, and it looks like 6 might be enough. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted to see. Please don't flood. Please don't flood. And it's flooding. Well, damn. How many do I need in here to get this to run? Do I need 8? How many is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 over there. So if we switch these around, say you close when it's clean and you close when it's... Yeah, I don't know. We'll just switch them around, right? That way, these are now closed, these are open, and we'll see if 7 still floods it. If not, which it doesn't look like it will, we can maybe just add another 2 sluice gates in here and call it a day. I hope. But yeah, that doesn't look like it's flooding at all. But that also may be because, you know, there's no water on the other side of this. I don't know the answer to that question, but we're going to figure it out by adding another 2 sluice gates and hoping that that solves all of my problems. For now, I will switch these back to the way they are intended. Close below contamination. No, close above is what I need here. Close above there, and that should work. That is now no longer flowing, and everything is flowing out this way, exactly as we intended. I mean, worst case scenario, we have to throw floodgates in here and do this manually, but I'd really rather not. All right, now the moment of truth. Does this still flood? I really hope it doesn't. I really hope. It looks like we're okay with 8. I think we're stable. Perfect. All right, I'm going to call that a win. That is far more sluice gates than I thought I would need, but that is our new diversion system in place and up and running, which is exactly what we want to see. It looks like our bakery has stopped baking. That is slightly concerning. We do have flour. Are you making bread still? You should be. I really hope that you are. I think you are. I think it's just because we ran out of power during the last thing, and that turned our battery out of action. We may just require more power down here to charge this battery a little bit faster, because currently we were 1 day away from a flood and this is nowhere close to being done. The only problem is we don't really have a ton of room unless we built it in like there, which I guess would work. The only problem is we can't block off that side because of this mess. I don't like that battery setup anymore. That is very frustrating. But that is a problem for another episode. Today, we set up a major diversion system over here. We also did a bunch of work down here that I was not planning on doing at all. We cleared out this entire river so it's 4 deep, so we should never run out of water at this point, I hope. And we also fixed most of our flooding problems, which is absolutely fantastic. If you guys are enjoying the series, make sure to go ahead and leave a like and a comment for the sake of engagement. Where we last left off, we solved all of our flooding problems by adding an extra canal here. We got some more plank production up and running, as well as our treated planks, which allowed us to do a couple of different things, including getting our observatories moved and all of this getting sorted out, which is very, very nice. But we have one glaring problem at the moment. We don't have enough power over here to run both our gristmill and our observatories. I mean, we do, but we don't have enough stored up during bad tides and droughts. And I would like to address that if I can. And thankfully, you guys are very smart in the comments, and you mentioned that I can actually use overhangs. Now, we do have 17,000 science available to us, so we are going to demolish that battery for now, jump into our paths and structures, and have a look at what we can unlock here. Now, I'm thinking potentially we go for the 6x1 overhangs. That might work out in our favor. And these are relatively expensive. They cost 3,000 science, 36 logs, 36 planks, and 12 metal. But we have all of that, so let's go ahead and do it. And that will allow us to build a whole bunch more batteries. Now, I'm hoping that this is low enough that I can actually get the batteries on top of this. But if it is, it will mean we can simply go ahead and say gravity battery, like so. Like so, like so, and like so. I'm going to leave these two out for now. I will build them eventually. I just don't want to, I want to make sure they don't get stuck in there. So I'll let them build that. We will also have to extend this power shaft at the very end. So none of these will function just yet. But for right now, we're going to let them build that, and then we'll come back and finish this off. Okay, this is taking far longer than I would have liked. I assumed that was because of our drought, but it's more likely because we only have one gear factory at the moment and it is not keeping up. So with that in mind, I think it's about time that we built at least a second one, if not a third. So let's grab our paths and structures here and make that nice and square. And then we can simply go into our wood tab here and grab ourselves, let's say 2 more gear workshops. I will have to put stairs out the front of them, face them the opposite direction, grab some paths, connect that all up, and that should, in theory, help us out a little bit here. We are also automating our ingredients, although we are absolutely fine on planks, so I don't believe that is our bottleneck. But yeah, let's get those built, and then our batteries should come along so much faster. And with another drought here, we no longer have enough power to keep this running. It also looks like we are spilling some water out here every now and then, so I may as well raise these floodgates back up to like 1.5. We don't need them as low as they are. These sluice gates should be keeping this at 1.2, and that should keep this nice and full without overflowing. However, we don't have any power for that. So while this drought is going on, we can move on to our next project, which is giving our beavers back their wet fur buff. Currently it's at 27 out of 60. I imagine that's just because they're going random places to get to places. I want it to be much, much higher than that. And the way that I want to do that is by creating a tunnel in this square here. Actually, potentially only this section. This front section doesn't necessarily need it. So the plan here is to basically go ahead and grab ourselves our tunnel and tunnel all the way through there. And to connect this, I'm going to use this pool over here, and I'm going to go down to that level like so, like here, I believe is where I need to be. Bring that over, go up just to make sure that we're in the right spot, go to there, there, and one more there. Should connect these two together underground so that we don't see it, and have this all be water in here. Now, the question is, will they be able to get down to that? The answer to that question is no, but we can figure that out once they've started clearing this section out. We can get a pathway going down and through there that should be able to sort that out. Now, in terms of what these need, these is just planks, explosives, and extract, so we should have plenty enough to get this done. And once they've done that, we'll come back and figure out a path to get this actual tunnel connected. Alright, that section is now complete. They should, in theory, be able to reach this one, but from there, they're not going to be able to reach the rest. So, I think the best way to deal with that is to simply go ahead and remove that path on the corner, remove this platform, and throw in, well, actually, let them blow up this tunnel first, and then we can throw a ladder down in there. Alright, that is now in, so we can remove that platform there. Grab our paths and structures, go for a ladder running down that way. We'll connect this path back up and make sure that all of these have paths as well. So path at the bottom, path on there. I would like pathing all the way along this channel as well. We'll come back to that in a little bit. And they should, in theory, now be able to get this done. And that is now complete. If we come up one more level after the autosave lags out a little bit, get rid of that. We now have a tunnel full of water in here. Now, the only thing left to do is make them use it. And I want to do this in the least destructive way possible. So with that in mind, I am going to slowly but methodically go through, demolish each of these, throw in a ladder facing the middle, I think is the best bet. And then re-throw in that path and make sure that if we go down to that level, this is all path as well, which it should be. I'll let them build this one at a time just so we don't lose too many houses in the process, and that should be good to go. And the final step of this is making sure that once we get rid of the rest of these platforms, but they can actually get out of here, which is going to involve having a ladder right there. Now, this house doesn't technically have to go through the water to get out, which is potentially an issue. I could fix that by replacing all of this with tunnels as well, and I think I might. I think I might do just that, which means this is no longer correct. For now, I'm going to get rid of... Well, that ladder still needs to be there, for sure, because that's facing a door. This one doesn't. This can be replaced with a regular platform at this point, just for pathing for the short term. And then we'll come back into our landscaping, grab ourselves the tunnels, and make all of this a tunnel as well. And just while they're working on that, we should go back up and check on how our battery is actually doing. They are all now complete, but none of this is actually connected yet. We just need one more vertical power shaft up here to get this all up and running. This should store a massive amount of power. Each of these is like 4,000 to 48,000 horsepower. That should, in theory, keep this running during a drought. Now, all of this is still going to lose power. I think that is what I'm going to work on next. But for right now, I'd like to focus on this for the moment. All right, they are now all in. We, again, need to make sure that all our access paths have ladders attached to them. So we will go ahead and destroy that. We'll throw in a ladder right about there, making sure that path is connected. This will require its own ladder as well, so we'll go ahead and do that real quick. That can face that way. Grab our path, throw it in there. We'll need another one here and another one here. That is okay. We'll get to that in a little bit. That's still going to have the issue where this guy doesn't necessarily need to go down, but most of our beavers should have access to things. Also, no one is doing this currently because it is the middle of the night. I'm just going to briefly put this up to 24 hours a day so that they can build this ladder so that these guys can get out of here. Alright, perfect. They can now leave. We'll drop this back down to 16 hours and get the last two ladders in place. Well, actually... yeah, no, I definitely need that to be a ladder. Okay, so these are getting removed. We will replace them with batteries, with ladders, I should say. 2 ladders there, paths across, and that should be the last step before we remove all of these platforms. Alright, that is everything connected. Let's go into our demolish tab here and demolish anything that is not a ladder. Basically, all of our platforms. Somehow I got out of that tool just then. And this, in theory, should give almost all of our beavers the wet fur buff, except for the ones that live here, because they can just get out this way. That is what it is. We could extend this. Well, actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's fix this so that everyone gets the wet fur buff. Let's go back into landscaping, grab ourselves a tunnel, and place a final one right there. I also need to make sure that I have enough paths running through this. They should all be paths there, and in theory that should work out quite nicely. Alright, the last tunnel piece is in. We will go ahead and remove that walkway there, replace that with a ladder, grab ourselves the path for on top, and once that's done we can remove this ladder section here, forcing everyone to go underwater when they start and end their day. So if we remove you and remove you, make sure that we have paths connecting all of this up. That should work out beautifully. And the idea is they wake up and they come down to this level here where they can move about and do all of the things that they need to do. Just make sure that we've got paths on all of that. And that should, in theory, give everyone the wet fur buff. What is this sign? What is this problem? Is that on these? This isn't connected to districts. Oh, I forgot 2 ladders. That'll do it. Okay. Well, there's a new problem. This path is not going to require someone going underwater. Although, realistically, we can probably just delete this path. It's not super necessary. I can delete that top ladder too. It isn't necessary either. And then we can just grab 2 more ladders going in like so, connecting these buildings up right there. Perfect. Now everyone needs to go through the water to get out of bed or to go to bed, which is exactly what I want. And if we come in here, we should now see everyone has the wet fur buff available to them. And if we scroll all the way up, I imagine our battery is now finished and connected. Perfect. That should mean we are, in theory, making bread again, which I would love to see. Why are you not making bread? Let's prioritize that by haulers, see if that makes any sort of a difference. It should, in theory, but it may not. It may be broken again and we may need to replace it. I think it's to do with this. Let's just stop automating things over here and see if that fixes the building. If not, then I don't know what the answer is. I mean, it's the middle of the night at the moment, so we'll wait till the next day and just check if this does actually function the way that it should. Alright, turning it off and on again seemed to fix the problem, so I'm going to call that good. Perfect. Alright, next step is to figure out a little bit of a power solution over here. Now, I don't think I want to go ahead and build a giant battery like this over here because we're just draining too much power for that to be realistic. But what we can do is go ahead and disconnect this from the zipline station. We really don't need to be up there at the moment. And potentially line the top of this dam with some windmills, which potentially won't give us enough power to keep this running 24/7, but it should give us a decent amount. Now, this, however, requires paper, which we currently do not have. So let's go ahead and build a paper mill. Let's throw that in. I mean, there's just as good as anywhere, right? We don't really have a path coming back here. I think I placed this in a terrible spot, to be completely honest with you. That's okay. We can throw that down there, grab ourselves a path coming across, and throw in a ladder going up. Which way did I face these ladders? Facing out. Perfect. Path on top. And that should be paper being produced. Now, of course, we do need somewhere to store said paper, and I believe that is in a warehouse. I believe. And we can actually fit a couple more warehouses down in here. So let's go ahead and do that. That is going to be for not books, but for paper. And that should, in theory, allow us to craft some large windmills. These are essentially just going to sit right up here, two apart from each other. We'll run cables in between them. And I should probably do this in an order where we can reach everything. So let's start by doing one at a time. We'll go ahead and throw two power conduits in there, and they should, in theory, be able to build that without too much drama. For some reason, I thought I had a ladder over here. I don't. So for the sake of easiness, I mean, I want to clear this out anyway. I want to detonate the bottom of this lake, so it's at the bottom of this dam, so that it's nice and full and can hold as much water as possible. So, I mean, building in here probably isn't the worst idea. If we bring this over, we can start working on this. And how that's going to look, if we jump into our landscaping, I would like these to all come down to this level. This doesn't help us at all because our sluices are a little bit higher. So let's just lay out all the dynamite and we can explode it as we go along. So I need this to be 1, anything on this level to be 1 deep. Like so, and I'll probably make it square to here. I think that's reasonable. Anything above that level can be 2 deep. And anything above that level can be 3 deep, like so. And then above that needs to be a 1 and then a 3. So we'll start with that. I don't know how much of that they can actually access. Probably just the start of this, but that's okay. Because once we get this tile squared off, we can go ahead and start building some paths and stuff around in here. All right, we're slowly but surely making progress with this. A little bit of scaffolding here and there. I probably could have done this in a more efficient manner, but you know what? It's working. Our windmills are now up and running, and we are in a drought, so this is no longer producing. And our windmills are actually producing enough power to keep this section of town running, which is fantastic. And it looks like our batteries are doing pretty well as well. I'll double check on these once our drought actually finishes. But if they are still like halfway up, then we should be okay. The only thing that I might change is adding in a secondary water wheel over here so that these can charge up a little bit faster. But for right now, we'll continue on with this project. Alright, the drought is officially over, and yeah, we have plenty of power over here at this point. I think partially that is due to the fact that we have a surplus of this, so these weren't running constantly. These also probably weren't running constantly, but we have a nice 24,000 science available to us. So that is looking much, much better. We are getting very, very close to finishing this as well. And there we have it, a nice reservoir full of water. Are these platforms over here necessary? Absolutely not. Am I going to keep them? Yes, I am. We could, in theory, go ahead and double up these windmills on the other side as well if we wanted to. We just have to run some power line over this way, which honestly isn't a big deal, except for the fact that it would block access to this path. I mean, we could get around it, but for now, that seems to be working as I intended. And everything's running relatively smoothly. We have a couple of injured beavers. That's going to happen. We have some dangerous equipment that they're working with. And some buildings lack workers, but we're not too concerned about that. In fact, we could potentially even go ahead and add another building at this stage. And I'm going to throw it in there just because it lines up very nicely with this ladder here. And, you know, call that good. That should get us a couple of extra workers to man some of our buildings while we have a lot of demand. But once this demand all settles down and we start filling up on some of these resources, I really think we're going to have a surplus of workers either way. The next thing that I would like to deal with is our beavers' well-being. We're currently at 10, and that could realistically be a lot better, especially because we have chestnuts in stock. And we're doing absolutely nothing with them. So, with that in mind, let's get another storage building in here. This is going to be for roasted chestnuts. If I can find them, there they are. Roasted chestnuts there. I believe that is a grill recipe, but I'm not actually 100% sure on that. Let's open the grill and double check. Yeah, grilled chestnuts right there. So that is an easy way that we can increase their well-being in the short term. Another thing that I would like to do is have a look at the well-being tab and at the mud pit, because I did leave space for this in here and we have all the ingredients for it. It's going to cost us 1.8 thousand science. We can throw that down there and then make sure that we grab a ladder facing the correct direction, going up to that with a platform, and that should increase our well-being even further. Absolutely fantastic. That is already built. We will go ahead and automate that building. Yeah, that seems fine to me. And that should ideally increase their well-being by like another 2, right? Potentially more than that. I don't know how many the grilled chestnuts give, and I don't know how much the mud pit gives either. Mud pit, we'll see. We'll see once they're built. Other than that, we could potentially also go ahead and add a couple of rooftop terraces on these buildings over here. These are pretty cheap and we can afford it, so let's go ahead and do that on all of the ones that are currently empty. That way, that'll give us a nice place for all of our beavers to just hang out of a nighttime. So we'll do that. Go ahead and add a path onto all of those. And yeah, that should increase our well-being as well. So we'll let them get on with that. And with that, our beavers are happier than ever with a score of 13. Rooftop terrace gives us an extra 1. Campfire is giving us 0.7. Bread, Grilled chestnuts give us 2, which is pretty big. I think I might like to unlock some more of these nutrition options. Mainly sunflower seeds. I don't think that's particularly hard to do. I believe that's just a crop. So if we have a look in here, yeah, this just gives us straight sunflower seeds, and we have plenty of room. We'll just have to deconstruct some of this mess over here. So, I mean, we actually could use the logs at the moment. So instead of just marking all of that for deconstruction, let's go ahead and add, I don't know, 4 wood chopping lumberjack flags in there. We'll grab our cut trees, and this is already marked for cutting down anyway. So yeah, let's let them get on with that for a little bit. Alright, all those trees are now gone. These guys now have nothing left to do, so we can simply remove all of those and get them out of the way. Now we have a giant plot where we can go ahead and plant some more crops. Now, sunflowers are the first thing that I would like to do, and I think, honestly, something like that is probably more than enough. In terms of what else we've got in here, we have the aquatic farmhouse for Spatterdock, and we have the aquatic farmhouse for cattail. Now, I believe these have to be planted in the ground. Yeah, this plant must be partially submerged in water. So I'm thinking we could potentially TNT this entire area and get that done. I believe this farmhouse here will have enough capacity with these two to service the sunflowers. So I'm not particularly concerned about that. But if we jump into our food, we can go ahead and unlock the aquatic farmhouse. And let's see. If we place it... Yeah, I'd probably want it there somewhere. We could potentially go for 2. Yeah, that looks perfect to me. So let's get one there, grab a road going that way, and then we will need some storage for our sunflower seeds. That can live right on top of there. We've already got a path up to it. That is sunflower seeds. Where are they? Is that you? No, that's dandelions. Sunflower seeds. Perfect. That can live in there. That should be fine. And then this path is probably no longer required, so let's get rid of it. Demolish all of that, please. Demolish that. That should be fine. And then I guess we just plan out this layout, right? So we go into our landscaping. 1 down should be more than enough. And I would like to leave maybe a 2 gap there. So let's do that. Do that. Let me just go down and double check that my tunnel is going to be okay there. No. So it's not going to be okay there. Let's instead go ahead and cancel these 2. That should be enough planting for what we need to do over here. We can run this path up this way if we want to. And we could potentially run a path over here. And then we can have our storage for this be in here, which I think will work out quite nicely. So let's get that started, and we'll come back once this is all a lake. Alright, and then we just choose one of these in the middle, press detonate, and hope that nothing floats. In theory it shouldn't, because we are lowering the level in here, but it may surge a little bit and go over the edge. Thankfully, we do have these sluices down here that are setting this to be 0.5. Honestly, these should probably all be synchronized as well. So let's resynchronize these, and they should be close above 0.5. Absolutely fantastic. And now we have a nice little area in here where we can plant our crops. And you know what? Just to make this nice and square, I will go ahead and detonate this tile, replace that with a ladder so that we have nice easy access down into here. We now have access to this part of the world. We'll go into our crops and basically say half spattercock, half cattail, and call that good to go. Now, we do have a little bit of contamination leaking through here, and I honestly have never really used the contamination barriers before, but I'm tempted to see how they work. And I think, honestly, just throwing one down into there should be enough. That's all connected. I think that will mean that none of this gets contaminated at all. Contamination here is currently 0% on the water, but I can't actually see the block itself. This is all like 25. I think that's fine. I think that's how it works. Ideally, I'd probably build this back here a little bit more, but I think this will work for what we want to do. And yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue at all. I can now go ahead and unpause my aquatic farmhouses so that they are planting, and that should get those materials in. The only question I have is, are they edible and do we have to process them? The answer to that question is yes. Spatterdock needs to be grilled, and maple pastries sound delicious. Cattail crackers need to be made somehow. How do I make crackers? This is for the grilled spatterdock, so we need that. I believe the crackers might be made at the bakery. Yeah, cattail crackers and maple pastries are made over there. And this can make cattail flour, which we'll also need. For the moment, since we don't have power over here, I am tempted to hijack this system and build some stuff over this way. I think that'll be okay. The path to get there is a little bit convoluted at the moment, so let me just quickly go ahead and build myself a ladder over here with another platform going that way. And then we should, in theory, be able to connect this up. We just need to worry about power. And honestly, we could potentially run that underground. It will just mean demolishing one of these for the time being, running a little bit of a tunnel over to here, and going from there. I think that's how I want to do it. Yeah, let's do exactly that. But for right now, we need to at least figure out storage for both of these products. So I think the best solution for that is going to be... I wish this was one bigger, but that's okay. Let's go for this. We'll go... The bottom one can be for cattail roots, and the top one can be for spatterdock, and that should be okay. Grab ourselves a ladder going into here, making sure that we're not blocking anything in the process. Throw a path on top of that, and that should, in theory, be good to go. Alright, it looks like we have also pretty much mined out this entire area, which means we might have to delve into the mines themselves. And that is going to require the mine. That's going to cost us 4,000 and quite a lot of resources, but I think it's going to be worth it in the long run. It's going to mean we don't have to worry about this being gathering flags anymore. We can simply use the mine itself to grab our scrap metal, which, you know, should be okay in theory. This will probably take a while to build because it costs 250 logs, which we currently don't have, 350 gears, which we do have, and 200 treated planks, which we also have. So it is just logs we are waiting for. And with that in mind, we may have to go ahead and plant some more trees. This is our forester. They can reach out to here. So let's go ahead and expand this out a little bit, shall we? I think it was to there that they could reach. We'll fill all of that in. And yeah, they can reach one tile further than that. So let's go ahead and throw exactly one tile further in. And I believe that is the entire range that they can cover that is currently irrigated. We may have to look at adding another forester at some point, potentially over here. Let's also just double check that these guys can reach, and it looks like they can. This guy can't quite, but this guy should make up the difference, and I think that'll be all right. We're also really not producing enough chestnuts to get all of this done, so we may need to dedicate a special area just for that at some point later on as well. Potentially over here is a decent area. We're not really using these berries. We can always relocate them if we want to. Yeah, but for right now, I think we should start working on our power system over here, which, like I said, is going to require some kind of a tunnel. And the bad news is we are going to have to demolish this in order to get this done, but that's okay. Let's start on this side and we can go from there. The idea, basically, is to just simply go ahead and grab ourselves our landscaping tools, grab ourselves the tunnel, and tunnel from there to underneath that building, which actually, can we do that without destroying everything? Maybe. But that's the starting plan for this, and then we'll go from there once that's built. Right, that is now in. Now, we basically just, I mean, I should probably just use dynamite for this because I never actually wanted platforms here in the first place. And yeah, in order to do this, I will have to destroy this building, but that is okay. This is our grist mill, so we'll just rebuild that in a second here. But for right now, it's going away. And instead, we can go ahead and place ourselves vertical power shafts in this tunnel right there. We should be able to place paths over the top of that, and then over the top of that again, we can go into our food tab, grab our grist mill, and place that back down there. This is, of course, going to be doing wheat flour, and we'll prioritize all of the things in here once it is built. Right, that's now all built back up. We've set our priorities again, and we can now, actually, I'll just lower this down because we don't need to keep a whole bunch of wheat that isn't processed without using it for anything else. We can now have power over here, which is exactly what I wanted. And I need another grist mill, and I need probably another 2 bakeries, to be completely honest. Now, the bakeries don't use power, so the only thing we really need to worry about having power is this grist mill. We'll place that right about there. Grab ourselves our bakeries. How do I want to place these? Sure, that works. And whoop, that's not what I wanted, game. Thank you. And that should, in theory, be good. So this one is going to be making cattail flour. This is going to be making cattail crackers. And this is going to be making maple pastries. But I don't actually know what's required for those. So I'm going to wait for that to be built so that I can actually see the recipe myself. All right, with all of those built up, we can go ahead and automate everything. This just requires cattail flour, which we should be producing at this point. Again, we don't need the excess, so we'll go ahead and automate ingredients 1 to 5%. This requires maple syrup, wheat flour, and that's it. So our wheat flour is going to now be serving 2 different things, which may mean we require more wheat. Thankfully, we probably don't require that much, and we can probably just go ahead and move this path over a little bit, like so. Grab ourselves our wheat and start planting up here as well. I honestly think that will be absolutely fine. Yeah, I don't see an issue with that at all. Whether or not that's enough wheat, I don't know. I don't know, I couldn't tell you. But hopefully it is. That's all I can say about that. Hopefully it is. It looks like none of these have been built either. That is because there is no path down here. So let's go ahead and add in a... Can I not put a ladder on top of that? Okay, interesting. Let's go ahead and throw that there then. Get this to come over, and we'll throw a path down here just in case they need it for future construction purposes. But that is looking very, very good. We have a whole bunch more food options available to us. And there it is. We have now officially unlocked Iron Teeth, and everything is looking fantastic. What are we still missing? We're missing grilled spatterduck. That should be coming very, very soon. We have cattail crackers, maple pastries. We have all of the foods pretty much done. We could go ahead and add some more social life things in here, as well as some aesthetics and stuff. But for right now, I think our beavers are very, very happy. Yeah, look at that. Up to 17 now. Looking great. I'm going to let this run for a couple days as they build all of this up. We'll see if we have any problems with this setup, and then we will come back from there. The one thing that I didn't do, of course, is add any storage for the things we just produced. So that is probably something that we should go ahead and do. I think, honestly, let's just go ahead and add that back here. It's a little bit far away from everything, but I think it'll be all right. We'll go ahead and do something like that. grab ourselves a ladder so that they can get into this building and throw that up like so. So the new things we are producing now is cattail crackers. We are now producing grilled chestnuts. Did I not set a storage for that? I thought I did, but I might not have. That's sunflower seeds. That's grilled chestnuts over there. Okay, so I did do that one. So we don't need grilled chestnuts being stored. We do, however, need grilled spatterdock, and we need maple pastries, I believe. I think that is all of the things stored. So we'll let them build that up, and we'll see if we get a little bit more of a storage of those things. I have a feeling that the grilled chestnuts and the maple pastries might just be forever empty because our beavers seem to absolutely love them, and we really aren't producing that many of them. But yeah, I just want to run this for a little bit longer until we have a drought, just to see if this battery situation we've got going on is enough to run both of these grist mills. And one other thing that we can probably go ahead and do. Why are you all sad? You're all injured. We have a bunch of beds. Maybe we only have 3 beds. That might be a problem. Let's go ahead and add some more medical beds into our setup over here. So honestly, they're probably most likely to be injured at the mine over here. So let's go ahead and add a whole bunch more medical beds over here just to make sure that we are dealing with them as quickly as we possibly can. But yeah, the other thing I was going to say is now that we have all of that up and running, I think it's time to add the final house to our setup over here. And that is going to simply get itself a ladder up to there, that up to there, and that should house a good number of beavers. I will go ahead and throw in that final rooftop terrace as well, just so that that housing unit does have what it needs. And I did not mean to build that top one, please. Can I please select that? Let's go into this, get rid of you, and I wanted to put a path on top, not the other thing. But that should be good. We currently have 11 injured beavers. These are being built, so they should be taken care of relatively quickly. But yeah, the mines are a dangerous place. That is definitely something to keep in mind. Well, that's interesting. I didn't realize that the mud pit required dirt. That might have to be our mission for the next episode. And the problem with that is the excavator takes 200 horsepower. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was. I thought it was much, much higher than that. But I think we will have to come up with a dedicated power system for that building because I genuinely, well, I mean, we potentially have enough power over here to do it. But that is going to be a problem for the very next episode. We got a fair bit done today. We got a whole bunch of aquatic farming done. We upgraded our battery. We upgraded our system for over here for when we have droughts or bad tides. It's still not 100%, but it's better than it was. And that is all I was looking for. We have a pretty decent surplus of materials at the moment. The main thing we are missing is logs, so that might be something that we address in the next episode as well. But if you guys are enjoying the series, today we tackle excavators, more power, and potentially bots, maybe, depending on how much time we have. But before we get into any of that, I completely forgot one thing over here, and that is grilled spatterdock. I never actually set that up. So that is the first thing we are going to do. That should just require a very simple grill. And where are we storing our spatterdock at the moment? That is grilled spatterdock storing in there. Where are we storing? That's all the way over here, right? Yeah, spatterdock is over there. I think we can go ahead and put the grilled spatterdock services over here. Since it's being stored up the top here, we can go ahead and line those doors up. This should be a very efficient process, and then we can just go ahead and set that to actually cook our grilled spatterdock because it never got done. So I'll let them build that real quick, and we'll come back from there. Alright, that is done. That should now be working. We can go ahead and set that to 105%. That should be absolutely okay. And that should be the last food that we actually need. Now, of course, we don't really have that many grilled chestnuts going on. I believe I set that recipe up to be made somewhere. Yeah, over here. That is happening. They're just running low on chestnuts because we aren't really harvesting that many. And with that being said, I think we definitely need to consider adding more trees because we currently only have 145 logs. I want more than that. So I think this area over here would be an excellent candidate to do just that, and potentially even expanding into this land here. In order to do that, I will go ahead and just throw down a couple of lumberjack flags wherever I can fit them in here. That might be it for now. I can fit another one in there. We'll go into cut trees, and I will say cut anything that is on this level up there, like so. So I'll let them deforest this forest, and we'll go from there, flatten this land out, and then get some more trees being planted in this area. Alright, they are almost done with that. Our log storage is currently full, and I'm tempted to go ahead and build another one over here, specifically because we are going to be cutting trees in this area. That'll make that a little bit quicker. Plus, I feel like it's always good to have extra logs than not enough. Now, the next thing that we're going to have to deal with if we want to destroy this entire thing over here is dealing with this river. Now, we could, in theory, just blow out this section here, and that would probably be enough. But I think I want to take it a little bit step further than that. So I am going to grab myself a ladder coming down here, just so that we can go ahead and clear out some more of these trees in this area. I will just mark those for deconstruction. I think that is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And then I think I might like to make this path come through this way. So if we have a look at our landscaping here, we can go probably just one. No, it's going to have to be, yeah, one down should be enough. If we blow all of that out, that should be fine. We can fill this in with levees for the moment, probably just to here. And then once we unlock dirt, we can make that dirt so it looks a little bit nicer. That is the general plan. So we grab ourselves some levees. They can go to there. We may have to build down to like there as well, just to make sure that everything doesn't overflow this new area over here, but I'll let them get that done, and then we'll come back from that point. And of course, we got a stranded beaver. The Hoff, come on, what are you doing? What are you doing? I know that was 100% my fault, and I think the easiest way to get you out is to just blow your way out. I think that'll be okay. These all need to be detonated immediately because I didn't realize this was currently flooding. We killed Sunset Puma in that process. I apologize profusely. That is my bad. And then I think I would also like to deconstruct these two trees just because they're kind of in the way. And then we can extend this levee out by one more, which, or actually probably two more if we can deconstruct that as well. It's a little bit messy the way we have to do this, but, you know, we can always remove these ladders later on. So I'm going to bring a ladder to there, bring a ladder to there, grab ourselves a path that connects all of that up, and they should be able to get that pretty much finished. These are now ready to detonate. I'm not 100% sure if the Hoff is going to survive this detonation, but we will see. And yeah, they look fine. They look okay. That's good. Can you please get out of there now? Yep, perfect. This water should all evaporate very, very soon. So that should be fine. And of course, I didn't leave myself. Oh, I actually did. There is a path up here, so we can just destroy all of this. But yeah, that was a little bit messy, but I think it'll be okay. Can we get to this? Yes, we can. Perfect. We'll come back once this is all set up and I have my explosives down. Alright, with that done, we now have a beautiful clear piece of land to go ahead and do all of this on. Now, there is a slight problem. When we have a drought, this I don't think is enough water to irrigate this. We kind of need the water to be backed up in here a little bit. And I mean, that's not hard to do. We can go ahead and demolish both of these at this point. They are no longer required. We'll get rid of that path. And honestly, do we need that ladder? I'll keep that ladder in there for now. I think that might be useful down the road. And then I will simply go ahead and throw myself a levee there and 2 dams right at the end of this, just so that this holds enough water that this is always irrigated. And I think that will be a good way to go. We need to just clean up some of this pathing, and then we should be pretty much ready to go and build ourselves another forester, as well as some lumberjack flags to get this area all filled with trees. And I'm also considering putting some more chestnut trees over in this area, since the forester should, in theory, be able to cover all of that. If we grab ourselves a forester and throw them, where do they need to sit? Probably about there is the best bet. We'll go ahead and run this out like so. Then we can grab ourselves our lumberjack flags and say 3 of them in there. Should be enough. And then we'll simply grab ourselves some oak trees and say, please fill that entire area there with oak trees. And then what gives us these? Chestnuts are on chestnut trees. That makes total sense. Let's go ahead and get some chestnut trees going in here. And I think I'd like to leave a little bit of room with that path. So something like that should work. Of course, that will in turn need a gatherer flag over here. That can probably just sit right there, to be completely honest with you. And they are going to prioritize chestnuts. That is the general plan. So we'll get to planting here and then we'll come back from there. One thing I do need to make sure I do is say, do not cut trees in this area anymore. I want those trees to be available for other things. And also, go ahead and please cut all of the trees that I plant up here. That is very, very important. And you know what? While we're planting these, and while I have these lumberjack flags here not doing anything, we may as well say, hey, cut all of this as well, because why not? Right? I believe that these guys can access a decent chunk of that. Maybe not as much as I thought, but you know what? That's okay. They can access more than we have now anyway, so I'm happy to do that. We will jump into a time lapse as we get this done though. Alright, we've got a decent amount of it planted. I think we can move on from this. They will slowly do that in the background. We currently have 14 vacancies, which is not ideal. And honestly, with 40,000 science, I'm tempted to just go through here and see how much we can unlock before we run out. I wish I could press shift and click on these to unlock them, but apparently that is not the case. I just want to see whether or not we actually need science anymore. The answer is probably yes, but you never know. Alright, so we got everything except for the Fountain of Joy and the Earth Recultivator. What does this do? Distributes tree seeds across the earth. When launched, makes the beavers in the area extra happy. Okay, well that's kind of fun. So it looks like we need about 32,000 more science, so I'm going to let that keep building up. I mean, these 13 vacancies aren't the worst thing in the world. These shouldn't have anyone in them, so we have 8 vacancies in here. That is the majority of it. The rest is probably in our holding post, which I don't love, but it's okay for now. Plus, once all these storages get filled up, they will stop working at their current jobs and do other things. So I think it's generally okay. Why do we not have any cattail crackers? We have the flour. Okay, it's just, this is bugged again. Let's get that going. And in theory, yep, now it's fixed. So I don't know what the bug is. I think it's a bug with the mod that does the automation thing. Sometimes buildings just stop working. I have to keep an eye on this up here just to make sure that we are keeping stock of everything. But, you know, that is what it is. I will also mention, you may have noticed in the time lapses in this episode, it hasn't gotten dark. That is because in the Timprove mod, I did turn off, turn on no daylight change, just so that it's not flashing as much during longer time lapses. But with that all being said and done, more trees in the area, absolutely fantastic. That should definitely help us out. I think it is now time to go ahead and start working on the excavators. The question is, do we have enough power? The answer is probably no, although maybe. And I think the answer is only maybe if we end up actually connecting these two systems, which should, in theory, be pretty easy to do. We can do that under here. It will involve a little bit of demolition, but I think in the long term, that's going to be absolutely okay. So I think the general plan here is basically to run an underground cable, an underwater cable, I should say. So I think the best spot to probably do that is right here, but we can probably lay the foundation of this before we lay the main thing. So let's jump into our power. I'm going to run a power shaft. Okay, I want to avoid that if I can, so we'll come across like so, and then we'll just sort of hug the edge of the river. I think that's absolutely okay. This is a pretty convoluted power cable, but you realistically won't see it very often because it is under the ground here. I want to get rid of that one. That was an accident. And then we can just run this straight through like so. And actually, you can run these underneath of platforms, which I didn't actually know, but that is fantastic. And then we can just delete that last one there, throw in some vertical ones, and then just a simple straight one into there should connect that all up. Now, in terms of this side, if we grab our verticals, I think I would like it in the corner. It doesn't particularly need to be in the corner. I would also like to run this now fully against that riverbed. And then grab this one, make sure this is a vertical power shaft. No, that doesn't need to be vertical. That can go there, that can go there. And that, in theory, should just connect everything up nice and neatly. We didn't have to deconstruct a single thing. I don't know if they're going to be able to build all of it, although in looking at it, they should be able to. We may just need a couple more paths running around here. So let's just line this with path as well, just because we can. I mean, it's underwater. If they want to hang out under here, they absolutely can. It's not super encouraged, but, you know, beavers be doing beaver things. And that should be good. So let's go ahead, turn off water here. I'll hide the UI and we'll get this built out. And that is all now functional, and we should have an amount of power in here. It's probably not going to be enough. Current supply is 595. That is all from our windmills. And the current demand is 460, but we also have these batteries that are what were being charged for just a second there. They are now no longer being charged, but everything should now, in theory, be running while we have droughts and bad tides, which is fantastic. All right, next thing, like I said, is going to be the excavator. So we'll jump into our landscaping here, grab ourselves a dirt excavator, and where do I want this? Maybe down here. I don't love that positioning, but I also don't hate it. I think I would like to tuck it back a little bit. Let's send it out. Let's get a storage in first. Let's do that. Is this in these or is it in the other? This is in an underground storage, so we can absolutely go ahead and do that. Grab an underground storage. That can sit right there. I think we'll be fine. That will be for dirt. And then we'll run this straight across and we'll see how this excavator fits in with our plans at the moment. It looks like it can sort of run off the edge, which I'm okay with. If we sit it there, sure. Sits off the edge a little bit, but I'm okay with that. We'll go ahead and just extend this path out, and that should be good to go. I am only going to build one of these at the moment, and I'm probably going to say only get 2 workers in here. We don't need a ton of dirt just yet, but I wanted to at least unlock it. And what's next? There are 2 options, right? We could either start working on bots, which I don't hate for sure, because, well, we currently have a few dangerous buildings. This has a 2% per hour injury rate. Our mines have a 1.5% per hour injury rate. I would love to get those replaced by bots. But the second option is to try and tame these bad water sources and at least get a little bit of power out of here. It will also help us clean up this area in here a little bit more, which, yeah, is interesting. If I was to do this, I think I would go ahead and cap both of these off, almost destroy this channel, or potentially run another one over the top because it is 3 wide, which is a little bit annoying. Make a tank back here and then use sluice gates to go ahead and regulate the water flow. That's one option. That is one option. We would have to keep in mind that we are pumping this bad water down here, but I think for our beavers' well-being, I think we should probably go ahead and start working on bots instead. This needs power, which it currently does not have. That is a fantastic point. Okay, the paper mill may have to get destroyed for a second here then. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of the paper mill. We don't really need it at the moment anyway. I will also go ahead and remove the dirt excavator. That'll be okay. And then we'll just dynamite a little channel in here that we can run some power cables through. And that should pretty much sort that problem out. Right, that is now connected up to power. It, however, is not connected to a path, apparently. That is why. It requires a ladder out the front. That makes sense. So we will go ahead and set that ladder up, and just like so, throw a path on top of that, and then this should be fully operational. And yes, this is now running. It takes 4 hours to produce 6 dirt. In turn, that should allow us to actually use the mud pit that I did not realize required dirt. So that should be fantastic. All right, let's do bots. So in order to get bots, we need a couple of things. We need the bot part factory. We need a bot assembler. These are fairly heavy on the power use, so power is definitely going to be a struggle here for a little bit. And we also need a refinery. That refinery will probably end up using potatoes and water. It seems like the most efficient use of our space and time, and honestly could probably live over here near both of those things. We have the water up here. I wouldn't mind. Is that a terrible idea? Just throwing it right in there? It feels like a terrible idea. I feel like we should keep it with our industry. They're going to have to do a little bit more hauling to get this done, but I think it's going to be worthwhile in the long run. Let's just go ahead and throw it right on top of that storage building there. It will automatically connect, and then we can go ahead and grab ourselves another medium warehouse facing into not there because that ladder is the wrong direction. That's kind of annoying, actually. Let's, I guess, throw it there, leave a 1 gap. And this can be for our biofuel, which is probably, now that I'm thinking about it, a liquid. So storage, large tank can fit there, which is nice. That makes me a lot happier. And this is going to be for biofuel. So that will sit in there. Next up is going to be the bot part factory, and I believe we need 3 of these. What are you storing? You are storing treated planks. I honestly hate the position of this building because I would love to run something else. Let's go ahead and move that to there. That is going to be treated planks. This is going to be set to, well, we can just delete it. It'll be fine. And then we can get our bot part factories running along here. So we need 3 of these. We can go ahead and stack them, and I might do just that. And then I believe they are going to each need a warehouse of their own. So let's stack those up something like so. Grab ourselves our paths, connect that all up, grab ourselves a ladder or 7, and throw ladders in there, 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 and there. connect this all up. One more ladder, please, on top of that, like so. Path, that can be a path, that can be a path, that can be a path, and that should be our bot factories ready to go. Now we need to set a recipe. So bot chassis in one of them, we need bot limbs in another, and bot heads in the third. I'll let them get that done. Actually, we may as well just start building the bot assembler as well. Why not? And we can throw that right in there. Makes the most sense to me. And do bots need to be stored once they are fully done? Probably not, because they are bots. That is all bot stuff. That should be fine. Let's see if that won't work. That won't work because that doesn't have power. Alright, let's move it then. Does it need power? Yes. Yes, it does. The answer to that question is yes, it does. So maybe we throw it in. That ladder is going to be in the way. Let's throw it in there. Grab ourselves our power, and we can just, for now, run cable running that way, and that should be okay. So I'll let them get that done, and we'll come back from there. We did reach a new happiness level. I imagine that is because we have the grilled spatterdock in stock now, and we also have the mud pit up and running. Fantastic. There we go. Now everyone is happy. The only thing that is not super happy is our power, although we are still meeting demand. But I think it's time to go ahead and add more windmills, and I think I would like to do that on the opposite side over here. Why can't I add a windmill there? Is that because of the trees? That is very annoying. Okay, well, let me go ahead and add these windmills in. We'll figure it out together. I think it'll be okay. That is in the right spot, yeah? Yeah, perfect. So 1, 2, there. I'll come back. Alright, the only thing left to do now is go ahead and connect these up to power. And I think the best bet is probably to do that at the front here. We can always, if we need to, go ahead and say add another row of this. That is not the right height. Let me go ahead and fix that up real quick. Demolish. Okay, just demolish all of that then. And I'll do that again. It is too high at the bottom and 3 high at the top, not too high the whole way across. Grab ourselves the path, connect that up. Then we'll go ahead and demolish the path going across the front there, just so that we have access to everything at all times. I know that it's not particularly necessary for a system like this, but, you know, better to be safe than sorry. So I'll let them finish that, and then we should have, in theory, more than enough power to run everything that we need. Alright, and with that all hooked up, we should now have plenty of power. We've got 5,135. That is all running into our batteries. I hope that's enough. I hope it is. We also are getting some bot parts coming out, which is fantastic. What is going on here? Unlock this workplace for bots. That costs 10,000 science? Excuse me? Okay, apparently we do need science. I really regret spending all my science on that now. But it is what it is. At the very least, our trees are all planted over here. That's nice. Yeah, I did not realize that I had to unlock the fact that bots can work in the workplace. That is... okay, it changes depending on the workplace. That is good, at least. I think the first one that I would like to unlock is probably the dirt extractor. How many bots do we currently have? We have 2 bots that can't really do anything. That's a shame. Okay, yeah, it's expensive everywhere. 750? Okay, that's more reasonable. We could get them working in our bakeries, but I don't really want them to. We can get them working in... okay. They can work in the farmhouses. Yes. Let's do that. That'll at the very least free up some of our beavers to do other things. Now, of course, we don't have enough bots to do that just yet, but we will slowly build up a little bit of a surplus. So next things next, I suppose. Let's tackle this bad water source. We shouldn't need a whole bunch of bad water for anything else in the short term. If we do, where would we get it from? I guess from over here. But I'm just going to ignore that for the moment and figure this out over here. I think that'll be okay. So what we need to do this is water, and we want a bad water dome. That is going to go over both of these. Now, these are relatively expensive, 100 planks, 200 cogs, and 100 metal. We should, in theory, have all of that readily available to us. We just need to figure out how to build this without our beavers getting into the bad water, which should, in theory, be relatively easy to do with some paths, and specifically some platforms. If we just run platform going like so, I believe that'll allow them to access both. Now, unfortunately, trees don't make this easy. So instead, we might have to do something like that. Then run our path along here, along here, along here. We can demolish that tree, that's fine. And then we need to figure out a way for them to get up here, which honestly is probably just going to be a whole bunch of ladders. We already have some access over here, so we can just extend that ladder up, bring that over, and then come in through this way, I suppose. So I'll figure out a path up here and we'll come back from there. Alright, that's going to take them a little bit. In the meantime, while they were doing that, we did unlock ourselves 9 more bots, so I can go ahead and switch all of our farms over to that. I would also probably like that to be Builder's Hut. Sure, why not? That is 1 vacancy left. If I could switch the hauling post over as well, I think that would be fantastic. But right now, we're already down to 7 vacancies. We do have 8 incapacitated. I should probably go ahead and add some medical beds over here by the excavator. That seems like it might be worth doing. So I'll go ahead and do something like that, just because I know that they are going to get injured over here. And, you know, I'd like to be able to deal with that. I might even go ahead and throw some more right down there, just to cover our bases. Make sure that we always have enough hospital beds to make our beavers happy. This is coming along slowly but surely. It looks like we've got all of the materials in here, which is fantastic. We just need to wait for someone to come along and actually finish the construction, which should be happening right about now, as long as you don't get too tired in the process. And that is our first bad water dome officially complete. Now, this one is going to take a little bit longer, but that is okay. Everything looks like it's running fairly well. We have a decent amount of food. Everyone is pretty happy. The only thing we're missing a little bit on is the grilled chestnuts, but that is coming along. Injuries not great. I think we can go ahead and add some more of our recreation type buildings. And there may be room in here to do it. Thankfully, we already unlocked them all, so that's fantastic. We have a contemplation spot. Contemplate nature. Where would you guys like to do that? Maybe up here? You guys can absolutely contemplate some nature over there. That seems like a decent view of a whole bunch of dead trees. Where else could you contemplate some nature? Maybe over here? Sure, why not? I don't see a reason not to. Again, you're probably mostly looking at dead trees and ruins, but you know, you'll get over it. That should be nice. Then, what else can we unlock here? We have that, we have that, we have that, we have that. The Lido is a place to relax by the river. Something like that. That works. That fits. I'd be okay with that. Let's get that in there. What else have we got? We've got a herbalist. That's probably somewhat important. Creates an antidote that cures contaminated beavers. Do we have all of those ingredients? I believe we do. Dandelions, maybe not. Do we have dandelions? I don't think we do, and I'm not 100% sure how to get them. Is that just a thing that we can plant? I don't know. I actually don't know. It's something we have to plant with our forester. So we could potentially get some dandelions going up here. Something like that. You should be able to reach almost all of that. We'll cancel those last 3. I don't know how many we need, but that's what I'm going to do for now. And then I assume just grab one of these guys, prioritize dandelions. You can harvest those. We will need some storage for that, although we can potentially just use the gatherer flag storage for the time being. That might be okay. If not, I mean, we could probably just add like a small storage or two in here, right? Something like that. We throw in that and say, you are for dandelions, you are for dandelions, you are for dandelions. And we make sure that is connected up to the path. That should make that nice and happy. All right, what's next? We have the herbalist is what we just did. They will also require another storage or two. So let's go 3 more storages in there. And that is for antidote, which is potentially a liquid. Because of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? If that's the case, let's go in. Let's mark that for deconstruction. Grab our storage and grab a large storage container there. And that can be for antidote. Perfect. All right, that works for me. Next up is going to be the Agora. And this is a relatively large building. A large gathering place where beavers can discuss timber-related topics. Must be built on the ground. Where do we want to put this? I think I want it somewhat close to all of this. The question is, can we fit it in? We may have to go ahead and destroy some of our berry bushes, although maybe not. Oh, it's so close. I think I would like it there. That is exactly where I would like it. And that means we finally get to use our dirt. I don't know 100% what the arrow means, but I'm going to assume that that is okay to be placed there. And then we should be able to come back into our well-being and throw down our Agora on top of that with a nice little path running out to it. Perfect. All right, after that is the carousel. I think this requires power, which is honestly a little bit annoying. Carousel. I could throw it on top of this building. It wouldn't have power immediately though. Carousel could potentially come out on the river here, like in the middle of the water. Or we could build it in the middle of the water over here. Then we could easily run power to it. The question is, where would I want it? Maybe there, actually. Yeah, I think I like that. So let's go ahead and build some platforms for that to sit on. That will be 2 and 2. I believe that gets us above the ground. And then we can come into well-being, grab ourselves our carousel, throw that up just like so. Grab ourselves our, not that, those please. They can come in just like so. And then instead of doing it the way that I just did it, I'm going to remove that and get rid of one of these corners here and instead replace it with a vertical power shaft. Just going to remove one of those paths, get that up to there, well-being, and get our carousel right on top of there. We just need one more platform so that we can actually get to it, and that should, in theory, be good. I just need to make sure my paths are reconnected down here, like so. Fantastic. All right, next is the detailer, who can customize beavers' tails. You can sit in there. That is absolutely okay with me. You're going to use a little bit of extract. I'm okay with that. I don't know if we need more than one. And then we have a dance hall, which could probably sit. Does it fit in here? Not quite. It's so close. That's a great question. I mean, we could sit it right over here just with this one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's fill this in and get that working over there. So this is going to be like so, and like so. And we'll grab well-being, dance hall, and throw that in right about there. Connect that up. And the last thing is the mud pit, which we already have. We could potentially build another mud pit and another fireplace, but I want to see how all of that construction goes first. So let's turn off the UI for a minute and just see how this goes. Realistically, that is going to take a while, mostly because they are actually still working up here, and this in of itself is going to take a while. It turns out these weren't even necessary, so we can go ahead and remove them with absolutely no consequences. We did build something else, I think. I don't know what it was, but they are happier than they used to be, so that's good, I guess. We still have 19 vacancies, and I mean, we have another farmhouse here. Let's immediately switch that over to bots. That's probably not enough, but our storage is at capacity for these anyway, so having less bots in here than we have anyway is probably okay. 15 vacancies in our beavers is still a little bit concerning though. Science is going up, but it's rather slow because of that, because these aren't being used. Yeah, that is a little bit rough. I'm also curious how long the bots live for. Like, is this something where if the bot gets injured, it dies, or does it... Bot is out of fuel. I mean, we have plenty of biofuel. Are you just going to path back to that? Yes, the answer is yes, so that is good. We can also get catalysts and punch cards to boost their productivity, I guess? Interesting. Okay, well, we have a lot of stuff to build, so... Oh, this is done. Amazing. Perfect. For now, I'm going to open both of these up because we aren't working on this just yet. I think this is going to be a project for the very next episode. But yeah, let's go ahead and watch a time lapse as we build all of this stuff out. And as our beavers have a little bit of a dance party to celebrate, they are very, 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 very happy. 31 out of, I don't know what it is. It apparently went down to 29, but that's okay. We have the campfire, we have the rooftop terrace, we have the contemplation spot. Looks like we may need more of those. The only things we're missing are aesthetics and ore. We also have the carousel should be functional, so all of that should be working. So yeah, it is just aesthetics, ore, and books that we don't have just yet. But that's okay. I believe that is all of that working. This doesn't have a connection to a path because it needs a ladder. Of course it does. Why would you not need a ladder? Alright, let's throw a ladder in. That should be the final piece of the puzzle. And there we go. Does anyone use it? Yes, they do. That looks like a fun ride over the water. I like it. And I like our little settlement that we've got going on. It's looking developed for sure. There's not a lot of room for expansion. I am curious whether or not we actually need to tame these. It doesn't look like we do. It doesn't look like we do at all. But I think we still will have at least one more episode where we try and maybe get our happiness as high as we can possibly get it. Get them some decorations, get them some books, get them the other things that they need. Some of these monuments, which may require more beavers. We can probably manage more beavers at the moment, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, I think that's going to do it for this episode. I think it was a little bit of a shorter one just because of how many time lapses we had, but we made some huge progress today. We connected our power grids, we got dirt excavation up and running, we got bots up and running, we got a whole bunch of recreation for our beavers, and things are looking very, very good here in Driftwood Hollow. If you guys have enjoyed the series, go ahead and make sure to leave a like and a comment in the section. Now, today's goal is to basically give our beavers the best possible life we can. And we're going to do that in two different ways. Firstly, we are going to try and get bots in any building that has basic needs injury of any percentage. That way, our beavers aren't doing any dangerous jobs. And the second way is by getting ourselves some aesthetics and some ore, trying to get this well-being number up as high as we possibly can before the end of the episode. Now, we do have 3.1 thousand science at the moment, so we can start working on getting our bots into the places we want them. And I think the first place I want to do that is our mine. That is going to cost us 1,000 science. We won't be able to fill that up just yet, but I actually figure we can probably switch at least one of our farms, if not two of our farms, back to being actual beavers rather than anything else. And honestly, just to save a little bit of workload, because I don't think 3 farmhouses is necessary for all of the crops we have, I'll set all of those farmhouses back to only having 2 beavers. That will give us 4 vacancies, which I'm okay with. We also have bots in our builder's hut at the moment, and I don't think I really need them in there. This is now full. In terms of whether or not, well, we can actually automate this building entirely if we want to. I don't think I will. Instead, we have enough scrap metal going around. We don't really need that much more. I'm just going to lower this down to, I don't know, 4 workers for now. Should be fine. I will switch our builder's hut back to regular beavers, which I think is okay as well. This can stay as regular beavers as well for the time being. We currently have 13 unemployed bots, which, you know, isn't ideal. We also have some things that aren't available in range. You are looking for chestnuts. You should be able to find that. Yeah, we have chestnuts here. Maybe we're just full on chestnuts. Is that the case? No. Okay. Can you not get to it? You might not be able to get to that. Right. That is interesting to note. Okay. Instead, what we can go ahead and do is move that over to... Where can we move it to? Ah, that's a little bit of a trick. Okay, one of these medical beds can come out. And that, in theory, should give them back access to those chestnuts, which is perfect. You are the one that I was just looking at. You are the tapper's shack, and you should now have access to that again. I didn't realize I cut off all access to that. That is 100% my bad, but they should, in theory, after a little bit here, figure out that there is stuff indeed to do in range. So let's just pause and unpause those, and that should fix that. Okay, the next building I would love to get bots in is this one, but unfortunately that costs us 4,000 science, so that is not going to happen yet. One place we could do it is in our lumber mills. These have a lower injury rate, but it's still a little bit. This costs 500, but I believe when we do this, we can get bots in any of these buildings. So let's go ahead and do exactly that. Get all of those bots working in there. I believe that is all of them. We could do the exact same thing for our gear production, and I think I will. Let's go ahead and switch all of those over. And the wood workshop as well. That's 2,000 sites, so we can't quite get to that just yet. That's 1,000. We could do the paper mill. And I don't see why we wouldn't. So let's go ahead and do that. And what else? Okay, this is a big one. This costs 2,000. It is the explosives factory. Clearly a dangerous place to work, but unfortunately we can't afford that just yet. So we're going to have to let the game run for a little bit while we build up a little bit of extra science. The good news is we have a surplus of workers at the moment. We only have 1 vacancy. That will be in our hauling post, which I am okay with. Actually, no, it won't. It will be in our observatory, which I am also okay with, but a little bit less so because I really quite need the science right now. So I'm going to switch this to the second lowest priority, and I'm going to switch our hauling post to the bottom priority. So we pull people out of here before we pull them out of our research, and that should be okay. All right. With that being said, I think I will let the game run for just a little bit here, get a little bit more science under my belt so I can switch some of these bots over, beavers over to bots in some of our more dangerous factories, and then we'll get working on some of our decorations. Alright, I'm going to pause here for a second. We're currently in a drought. Our batteries are holding on very well. They're every now and then getting a little bit recharged by our windmills, which is exactly what I want to see. But with our excavator now both automated and our mine is now automated as well, we have a lot of excess workforce. And since we're trying to save up science, I will go ahead and switch these farms all back to bots, just for the time being, while we build up some science. And to do that, I would like to build a couple more observatories. The question is, where? I guess they could live over here. The only problem is we don't have power. Or we could bring them back, you know, this way, which I think will work out just fine. We have plenty of room back here, and we can quite easily connect it to the power grid just by attaching it to this building. So I think that is what I'm going to do. We'll go for an extra, let's say 4 observatories for the moment. We're going to run a path straight out of that ladder. No, we can't. We can run it around the corner and that way. And that way we should get a decent amount of work being done in here. Now, I will have to keep an eye. Actually, I will put these at the lowest priority. Let's just do that so we don't have to worry about it. That way they should, in theory, still work at this. I'm going to throw this back up to that priority and then throw these 2 back up to normal priority, and I think that'll be okay. So they'll get these built relatively quickly. We have all of the stuff that we need. It's just a matter of hauling it over. And that should significantly increase the amount of science we are producing so that we can eventually go ahead and switch all of these things over to bots. I just want to do a quick little run around the map and just see what we can and can't afford. For example, the explosives factory can now be switched over. Absolutely fantastic. Some of these things are okay. Some of them are ridiculously expensive. For instance, the bot assembler here costs $10,000 to be automated by bots. So we're going to let the game run. They'll build this up and we'll go from there. Good news, I believe everything that can be run by bots that has an injury thing is now being run by bots. We have 13 bots left over. We have 12 beavers left over. We are doing very, very well. Everything is running very, very, very well. I'm extremely happy with the progress we've made today. The one thing we are, well, actually the 2 things we are running low on are dandelions, which I'm okay with, because all we're producing with those dandelions is antidote. We're not going in bad water, so I'm not particularly concerned about that. The other thing is maple syrup, and that is used to make maple pastries, which I would like a better supply of. So, and that means we are going to have to plant some more maple trees. And if we have a look at this forester, I feel like we could potentially flatten some of this space up here and use that. Now, in order to get to all of this is a little bit annoying, but we could potentially try our hand at actually, you know, building a truss over the top of this and see how that goes, just because we haven't done it yet. I'm also going to cancel planting those crops there because they don't seem to be getting done anyway. I'll extend that path out a little bit and delete that side, and we will throw a ladder right in there, allowing us to get rid of a couple of these trees, which we will absolutely go ahead and do. Mark that for deconstruction, and basically anything on this entire thing up here can be marked for deconstruction because we will eventually get to it. Now, can they deconstruct from above? That is a question that I have, and I don't actually know the answer to it. So do we do a truss over this? I feel like it's a little bit excessive, but hey, we can try. So I'm going to plan a truss out. I'll probably plan it from this side because we have the most access. And I think that'll be okay. I might even go ahead and move this guy over so that we have even clearer access to this. So let's go into plant crops, cancel that, and we will also mark that for deconstruction. Once that's done, we'll move this guy over, and then we can have a little bit of path going back this way as well, which I think will be good. So that can get removed. This path is going to come back this direction. And then we figure out a truss to get over this so that we can build all of this up. Now, again, this is probably entirely unnecessary, but I haven't built a truss yet, so I figure we probably should. I am going to start out with a ladder situation just to above where we need to be, which should be, let's go one taller just to be safe. We'll grab some platforms on this side is probably fine. They almost line up, so that's good. something like that actually will be perfect. And then we'll go for an overhang on either side, just like so. Do I need to make that too wide? I think I might. Yeah, I think I do. I think I do need to make that too wide. Well, that's annoying. All right, let's do that all again. In front of it, grab the singular platforms. They can go there. 6 wide overhang. Oh, that's wrong. That doesn't need to be there. 6 wide overhang, like so. And then every 2 apart, we can build a little platform going out, and then we'll have to have another one at the end there, but that's okay. And then we can just do the exact same thing like so. And they should, in theory, be able to build that as soon as I add in the all-important ladders so that they can access that entire system. And that way, when that is all built, they can come over the entire thing and blow it up from above. That's the plan. That is the plan. We are going to jump into a time lapse as they hopefully get this done. Let me just make sure that I have ladders and paths on top of everything so that they can actually access all of this, because that is going to be somewhat important. Just like so. And same thing for up here. I understand that these paths probably aren't all important, but you know, we may as well include them where we can. All right, with that done, let's go ahead and jump into the time lapse. And do you want to know what's annoying? I don't think they can reach these from above. So I have to climb this manually anyway, but you know, it looks cool, and at least we'll have an easy way to detonate everything. So that's something at the very least. Let me figure out how I can go about getting our beavers up to all of these levels, and we'll come back from there. There are a couple of trees left on here. I am just going to leave them for the moment. For now, I'm going to demolish everything that I built on here for the stairs and things, because, you know, I don't need them anymore. And we will go ahead and set all of this to be demolished, except for the few that have trees left on them. And then we'll come back in later with some ladders and get those cleaned up. But for now, we should be able to go into our landscaping here and say anything that's on this level can go ahead and get a level 1 dynamite, and that should be good. Something like so. Level 2 will get level 2 dynamite, of course, that just makes sense. Something like so, I believe, is everywhere. Level 3, of course, level 3 dynamite, just like so. Level 4 and 5, I will just do 1 and 2 again. And then we'll come back in with the level 3 after that. So something like that should be all of that dynamite ready to be placed. I will hide the UI while we do this, because I think this will kind of look fun. So we'll run the time lapse. Hopefully they can build all of that dynamite with that in place. That needs to be removed. That needs to be replaced. And then we can start the time lapse. And that should be all the dynamite in place. Just so that we get a better view of this, I am going to demolish my scaffolding at this point. So we'll come in here, and this should be as easy as selecting all of that, and it's gone. Beautiful. All right, we have a couple of trees left. I missed a couple of spots with the dynamite. Yeah, I should have left the scaffolding. I knew I should have. But we can now go through and demolish all of this, and I completely forgot that I had to do 2 layers on a couple of places. So this was all just a big waste of time and resources. I mean, it will accomplish the goal, but we're gonna have to come back in with ladders and clean a little bit of this up. That is 100% my bad. This could have been done so much more efficiently, and I apologize to all of you who are currently screaming in the comments. at the very least, it's not too bad. These trees here should now be accessible. I will go ahead and connect these paths up just so that we have easy access over here. And then, simple enough, to clean this up, we will just go ahead and throw in a few ladders to the places we need them. That should be everywhere we need ladders to. These should then get deconstructed. I will go ahead and connect these up to the paths, just in case they need to be. I don't know if they do, but just in case they do, they are now connected. We'll go back into our landscaping. Level 3 dynamite will go on this top level. Level 2 dynamite will go on this level. We need to wait for those trees to be deconstructed. And this, well, as we go through the map, this should, where are we? This should, in theory, be the final time lapse of the demolition of this land. So we'll come back once they've finished all of this. We have an injured beaver. Where did that happen? You are currently unemployed, so how did you get injured? What building hurt you? Because that building needs to be switched over to bots if it hurt you. I honestly couldn't tell you. If you guys know what building might have hurt that beaver, I would love to hear it in the comments, but I don't know. I genuinely couldn't tell you. I believe I switched everything and anything that I could over to bots. I can't find it. I can't find it at all. So yeah, I'm sorry that you got injured. I wish it would tell me how you got injured, but apparently that is not the case. So that's a shame. Oh well, that is what it is, I suppose. Let's go ahead and finally throw the last two pieces of dynamite in here and get this cleared out. Perfect. Time to detonate, detonate, and detonate, and detonate, and detonate. And that is done. That was far harder than it needed to be. I don't know what happened there. It just generally wasn't a good time. But we can, at the very least, now go ahead and plant some more maple trees. And they come to about here, so why not just fill the whole thing? Let's go to plant trees and bushes. We want maple trees, and we want them to fill in this whole area. I'm actually going to shrink it down just a little bit there, and then we can throw some more dandelions back here, just because we can, and that should be okay. Now, in terms of the tapper's shack, we will need one up here, right? Because maple syrup is collected through the tapper's shack rather than through the forager. So, jump into wood, grab ourselves a tapper's shack, and have a look at how big this is. Looks like it's just a 2x2. We can place it right there, and that should be absolutely fine. No risk of being injured on this, so we don't need to switch it over to bots. I will go ahead and say switch it over to maple syrup, just so that is definitely doing what it's meant to be doing, and that should be okay. The other thing that we should probably deal with is the fact that we have 32 unemployed bots at the moment. That seems excessive. So we should probably automate. Okay, we can't automate the number of bots that we have. Well, I guess they're just gonna hang out. We can probably switch a couple more things over. Things like our farmhouses are already switched over. We can increase the workers on those to 3 though. And we can start increasing our bots doing other things. For instance, they can absolutely work at the grill if they want to. They can absolutely work at the bakery. That is okay by me. A couple of these buildings can just be switched over to bots so that we don't have quite as many running around doing things that we don't need them to do. I also may go ahead and switch the hauling post over. That'll use 10 of our bots, free up a lot of workers, and I think that's generally just a good thing. Because I imagine bots have less downtime. Someone died over here. I imagine bots have less downtime than beavers, right? So we can switch a whole bunch of stuff over. We still have 12 unemployed bots. That's absolutely fine by me. 28 unemployed beavers. We really shouldn't have a problem with workforce anymore at all. Why is that square empty? Is there something in the way? Let's just delete that for now. Oh, there's a path there. Of course there is. Why would there not be a path there? Let's go ahead and replace that with a maple tree, and that should be good. Perfect. All right. Next thing is next. We currently have 60,000 science, by the way. Does that mean we can now unlock both of these? Yeah, it absolutely does. All right, let's do that. And I think I would like to try and build all 4 of these monuments. They require a lot of resources, though. That is 2,000 gears. We currently have 270. Oh, I regret saying that. Maybe we'll build the first 3. This one seems like a bit of a stretch. But we can probably get a farmer monument in here somewhere. What does this look like? It's a 2x2 square. I think I would like to just throw it right on the corner of our farms. That seems to make the most sense to me. This is a thoroughfare, so I think that is okay. Let's just go ahead and say mark resources for deconstruction there, and plant crops, cancel that in there. They should get deconstructed, and then we can go ahead and throw down our very first monument right in here in the middle of town, facing that way. Perfect. First monument is being constructed. That only requires 200 logs. We can absolutely afford that one. Next monument is the Brazier of Bonding. And I honestly think we could go ahead and sit this right in the middle of our housing estate. That works for me. And then the Fountain of Joy. We could be ironic and throw it in our workforce area. Or we could come down here and throw it. I mean, it's a huge area of effect. It would be nice to get it somewhere like very, very central. How big is it? How big are you? Are you 5x5? I feel like you're 5x5. Do we want to rip out some potatoes to get this in? I think we might. All right, let's rip out a 5x5 row of potatoes. 2, 3, 4, 5, like so. Plant crops, cancel crop planting in that area. I might even go ahead and switch some of these carrots over to potatoes. That might be worth doing because we are using far more potatoes than we are carrots. I will just go ahead and say mark all of that for deconstruction as well. They'll get that done. We can plant that up and then get our next monument in there. Okay, this says it requires access to water. I don't have water there. I'm curious to see what happens when we build this. I'm just 100% curious. I don't know if it's going to work there or if we're going to have to change our plans. But I would like to know. So I'm going to do something like that and then run not that. I want to run a path around you. Something like so. Just because it's a 5x5 building, but technically the footprint is only 3x3. Okay, it's in. This building needs deeper water to function. Does that mean it needs water underneath it? Is that what it's trying to tell me? If I build another one of these, and I built it like in the water, would that function? Like, can I just dig out underneath this and fill it in with a tunnel? Will that work? That tunnel would need to come from over here. Just, actually, it needs to be lower than that. Okay, that's a little bit trickier than I anticipated, but we could potentially get it to work. I just genuinely don't understand. I am going to Google what this actually requires, and then I'll come back. Alright, this entire building does in fact need to be in water, so we are going to remove it. We are going to come into our landscaping. We are going to grab some dynamite, and we are going to dynamite this entire area and figure out a way to get water in here. That's the plan. Alright, this dynamite is ready to explode. But this is quite a busy thoroughfare. So I may have to wait until they all go to bed before I get this done, because otherwise I feel like we're going to kill a bunch of beavers. All right, I think it's nighttime. All of these guys are bots. One thing we can do is go ahead and demolish the paths across here. That should help with not having beavers walk across this, and I think now we'll be okay. Detonate and just hope we don't kill a whole bunch of beavers as everyone apparently wakes up and runs past. I think we're okay. Perfect. All right, now in terms of getting water in here, I think I would like just a simple tunnel straight through here. And honestly, that shouldn't, in theory, be too hard. The hardest part about this is making sure that nothing floods. And to do that, I think I want to build the tunnel one deeper than this. And, well, is that going to work? No, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. I genuinely don't know how I'm going to do this without flooding everything. I guess one answer would be to destroy the hauling post for a minute and go from there. So we don't have to destroy it just yet. Let's grab ourselves the landscaping. Let's grab the tunnel. And for right now, I'm just going to run the tunnel straight underneath of our building post, and that should be okay. Perfect. That is now done. Now I'm going to remove the hauling post temporarily. I will grab an impermeable floor for in here. This will get destroyed, like so. We'll add a sluice gate coming in. I will throw an impermeable floor on top of that because I believe it needs one as well. Then we'll throw that path back over the top. That should give us a watertight, quote-unquote, pipe. This can be set to close above downstream depth of 0.5. That should be absolutely okay. And then we come down with our Y level and we finish off this tunnel. So we grab ourselves the tunnel, please. And that will run all the way out to our water sources out here. Now, I don't think they'll be able to access that just yet. We may have to build them an access line to get to that. And I think the easiest way to do that is probably just with a ladder through this way. And I'll bring that all the way up to the top of this so that, you know, they can access it from that path rather than having to go through the water, although I will bring that all the way down. And I believe once that ladder is built, they should be able to blow the rest of this out. And perfect. Just like that, we have a nice little pond in here. It'll help to irrigate our crops. This sluice should keep this nice and topped off, but not overflowing, and everything is looking fantastic. All right, now we can go ahead and grab ourselves that monument, the Fountain of Joy, and throw it right down in the middle there. That should really increase the happiness of our beavers. And, of course, before we forget, we should absolutely go ahead and throw back in our hauling post right about there. And I'm going to make that priority 1 so that we can get that done, and say switch that over to bots. They can't reach this. I was so excited. But thankfully, that's just a simple matter of throwing down a ladder and a path on top of the ladder. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's not going to let me do that. I can throw one on the bottom, but for some reason I can't throw one on top. I imagine it's because it's blocked by this. We may have to replace one of these with a ladder, but we'll see. We'll let them build that, and then, okay, they can reach that. So that ladder is going to be temporary, but that should be okay. Now we can jump into the time lapse. And there we have it. This beaver is stranded somehow. I don't really know how you ended up down there and got stranded at the same time. Okay. Okay, beaver. These beavers, man. Let's go ahead and add a dynamite in here, and we'll replace that with a ladder. Then we'll bring back some more dirt and fill that in once this beaver's gone. Someone get that done, please. There you go. Now we hope we don't kill anyone with this. Perfect. Grab a ladder. That can now sit there. This ladder can be destroyed. And once they build that, we should be good to go. Perfect. That is now done. We now wait for no one to be on said ladder, just like so. Destroy said ladder and come back in with a terrain block and a path. Perfect. We now officially have a fountain of joy. Amazing. And our happiness is up to 52. Amazing. Everything is running well except for you. This building needs deeper water to function. Sorry? What do you mean you need deeper water? Oh, I see. We're currently in a drought. This is not quite full enough. We can, in theory, fix that. Yeah. This is full. These can now say close above downstream depth of 1.5. And if we raise this up to like 1.8, I don't think we'll have flooding because of this, but we'll keep an eye on it. 1.8. That should, in theory, give this enough water to work. There we go. And does anything flood? Let's run it at 30 times speed just quickly to double check. It should be okay. Perfect. No red flags anywhere. No one is injured. Building lacks materials. That is interesting. Maple syrup. Okay. I guess these maple trees just haven't grown yet. Mostly because this is all dry. Well, that's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. Can we fix that? That's coming down from up here. But if we added... No. I don't think we can fix that. I think they are just going to die in our droughts. Hopefully they have enough drought resistance. Yeah, 10 days. They should be fine. They should be fine. Dandelions should be fine as well. I mean, in theory, we could make this reservoir bigger, but I genuinely don't think it's worth it. We could potentially cut this through here as well, do some fancy stuff, but I think it's okay. I think it'll be absolutely fine. I don't think those trees will actually die. They'll just take a little bit longer to grow, and I'm okay with that. Perfect. All right. With our monuments in, I mean, with all of our monuments in except for one. All of them in except for this bad boy. Do we do it? I mean, it covers the entire thing. This doesn't need to be built in water. It can go wherever we want. However, it has a pretty hefty footprint. If we were to build it, I mean, I guess back here is fine. Most of our beavers, quote unquote beavers up here are bots. So having this back here is probably okay. Although I would like to cover a lot of this if we can. Maybe we get rid of this tree section. No. Let's just build it. I mean, we don't really need the happiness. The happiness is a side effect, right? Does this need to be built on solid ground? No. Doesn't seem like it does. We could, in theory, build a platform for this. And have it just towering above our city. Is that a terrible idea? Probably. Am I going to do it anyway? Maybe. Like, if I could throw it down there, I think that would look kind of cool. Let me figure this out. So this is how big? That big. I want to pause the game so that I don't accidentally build this. That is, I guess it comes to there, right? So that is 7 by 7, I assume. Yep. So if we built a 4x4 platform in the middle, let me find some clear land so I can demonstrate this. Let's do this like way over here. If we built a 4x4 platform in the middle, and then we had overhangs on each of those, that wouldn't quite work because we'd need overhangs going in both directions. So it would need to be like a 6x4 platform. And then we could have this, that was 7, wasn't it? It's odd. That's okay. Scratch that. I hope you guys don't mind figuring this out with me on the fly. If you do, then I'm sure I'll have a timestamp where you can skip ahead. But if we instead, since this is a 7x7, I feel like we're better off with a 3x3 base. Like so. This land isn't as clear as I'd like. Let's do it over here. 3x3 base, right? And that way we'd need to come out, what? Another 2? 7, no, another 3. And then that would be 7 there. Yeah. Okay, so we'd need 3x3 overhangs. I don't know. Let me do some quick working out and I'll come back because I'm confusing myself. That works. So we build a 3x3 platform. Coming off of that, we build a platform down the middle, 1 high, and then 3x1 overhangs on that. And then on top of that, we can build the rest of it. That's the plan. That's my plan. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to fit. But hey, we're gonna try it out and see. I mean, I also don't know if we have the resources to even build this thing, but what's the worst that can happen? We run out of resources? I think that's okay. We don't really need them for anything else. So where did I say I wanted this to sit? That was in monuments and here. And I think I would like it to sit there. And we can absolutely do that. Okay, let's start by just making this 3x3 base and going from there. So that'll be something like so. They should, in theory, be able to build that, which is good. And then we come up. Let's come up a little bit more than that. Let's go up by like 2 levels. Something like that. Then on top of that, we come out with the 3x1 overhangs. Either side, like so. Single platform in the middle. 3x1 overhangs on this side, 1 platform in the middle. And that would be our platform in the middle of our town, which I think will look very, very cool. And hopefully we can sit this on here. Now, it does have an opening, which I wasn't really planning on letting them use, but I guess they can, right? If we do that, we then, in theory, how are we going to build all this? They sort of need access up here, which I can do. But then how do we access the rest of it? Can we do an internal ladder? I think we might be able to do an internal ladder. Let's just get rid of this for a second. And then if we just scooch down the middle of this, that's a platform, that's a platform, that's a platform, that's a double platform that we already have built, so that's fine. And then if we grab ourselves the ladder, we should be able to just go something like so. And they should be able to build this entire thing, I believe. I might be wrong, and I might be dreaming, but I think that that should function as long as I get a path going up the middle of this. Now, whether or not they'll be able to build the top thing is another question, but I don't actually need them to build the top thing yet. Because I need to give them an access path anyway. So that should be okay. Let's grab the paths again and just make sure that we have a path on each of these ladder segments, which I think I now do. If I select that, that connects to everything. And that will be our base. Perfect. They should be able to build that. And then in terms of the entrance, sure, we can throw it over here. Let's throw the entrance somewhere there. Grab ourselves our paths back. Simply put a path up that whole thing, and they should be able to access it. All right, hard off. Let's do it. Okay, I definitely set this to bring in too much water. Or these are holding too much at the very least. Let's scale these back to 1.6. 1.6 on this side as well. Should be enough clearance for that. And then our sluices can be reset to 1.4. Let's try that. and then we'll jump back into the time lapse. Okay, why are you guys not building? Are you guys building? I swear you're not building anything. And you really should be. You have access to all of this. We have builders. It genuinely just doesn't make any sense to me. Are they building something else? Did I accidentally leave one of these blueprints randomly on the map and they're doing that instead? Yes. Yes, I did. I left the earth recultivator over here. Please stop. That is absolutely not what you were meant to be building. Let's get rid of all of that and then we can jump into the time lapse of the actual one, please. My goodness. And there you have it. Our platform in the middle of town that is going to house our earth recultivator. We can now go ahead and remove that path from the middle. I don't believe that is required anymore. And then we can throw this in right on top. That is going right there. I'm going to pause the game here just to take a look at this. Yeah, I think this is going to be absolutely fantastic. It's going to be our second tallest structure, second only to our batteries. And I think that's going to look really, really cool. Now, I am going to do a time lapse of them building this. I may even throw a little timer down here so you can see how long it actually took. The game is running at 30 times speed. So keep that in mind when you're looking at that timer. And let's do it. Like I said, this is going to take 2,000 gears, 2,000 treated planks, and 1,500 metal blocks. We have some of those resources, but not in the quantities that this requires. So they're going to have to do some production in order to get this done. Again, a beaver is injured, but they're unemployed. Is this just a thing that can happen sometimes? I genuinely don't understand where they are getting injured. If we have a look at our workplaces, does this tell us whether or not they are dangerous? No, but it does tell us whether or not bots are working there or not. Okay, that is helpful. None of you. Earth Recultivator apparently is a workplace. Interesting. I did not realize that. Forester, are they dangerous? No. Gatherer flag shouldn't be. Gear workshops are all bots. Grill is not dangerous, but I can go ahead and throw bots in them anyway. Herbalist, I can't imagine is dangerous. Gristmill, maybe? No, but bots can work in there either way. Herbalist? No. Large water pump? No. Lumber mill is all bots. Lumberjack flag? Again, no. Observatory, I imagine, isn't dangerous at all. Paper mill is that. Refinery. There it is. That needs to be run by bots. That's it. The refinery was the thing that it was. And the one building I didn't click on. But that should now, in theory, be no more injured beavers. Perfect. Alright, let's set this shot up. I will leave all of the resource loadouts up. I will start the timer as soon as I hit go. And we'll see just how long this takes to build. I'm back. It's an hour later. And all of our bots are out of fuel and all gone. So our entire thing collapsed a little bit for sure. The reason I walked away is because that literally was an hour real time. And I mean, we got a lot of it done for sure. It's 68% of the way there. The only thing we're really waiting on is treated planks, but our bots being out of fuel is a terrible, terrible thing. So we're going to have to switch some of these things back to actually being done by beavers. And the question is, what do we switch back? this is our maple syrup. Where is our bot fuel? That is here. Biofuel is there. Refinery definitely needs to be switched back. Thankfully, we do have potatoes. So I'm hoping, because there are still bots wandering around, right? It says that we have none. I imagine that's just because we have no fuel at the moment. I'm going to prioritize the refinery entirely and say, you guys need water. Oh, is everyone dead? Oh no. Well, that concludes our playthrough, I suppose. This is why you don't walk away from games. Our water source was being controlled by bots. Our bots ran out of fuel. Therefore, our bots were no longer pumping water, and therefore every single one of our beavers died. Well, that's a bigger problem than I thought it was when I came back. I am very sad that we didn't get this done, but we did reach a happiness level of 54, I believe was the highest that I saw it, before our mass extinction event. So, yeah. I don't imagine there's a way to come back from this, right? Every single bot is out of fuel, and we have no beavers. So I don't see a way to save this other than going into dev mode. But that is okay. This was going to be the last episode anyway. This was going to be the very last thing that I built. I hope you guys enjoyed this series as much as I did. I definitely did not expect it to end in a mass extinction event, but you know what? These things happen, especially when you leave a game AFK for over an hour. If you guys enjoyed this series, make sure to go ahead and leave a like and a comment for the sake of engagement. RIP Beavers works fantastically. What else? Yeah, if you did enjoy, leave a like and a comment for the sake of engagement. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. Consider becoming a member if you would like early access to all of our videos, or a Golden Panda member if you would like your name in future games. But until next time, happy building, happy damming. Bye, guys.